Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Moving into live chat, setting a little goal. Here we go. Give me a second. And then I guess I'll go ahead and pull up the JD Vance song. 1 second.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never 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 liked him.
All right. What was I gonna say? Oh, I got like so much shit to fucking handle in the background. God damn it. Everything's so fucking annoying. The good news is, though, Warhammer 40k is gonna do really well this week. So not only did they have the No Peace Amongst the Stars trailer, but they also had the Aeronautica Imperialis episode released last week. So yesterday, I think I released the No Peace Amongst the Stars episode. That one's doing pretty well. You know, 10k views in 24 hours. It'll probably do between 20k and 100k views by the end of the life cycle of that project. Also, in reference to, what was the other one? Oh, and then in reference to the Aeronautica Imperialis one, I'm sure that'll do well. So it'll probably get between, you know, 10k and 100k. Pisco versus Rob Noor? Did that happen recently? That'd be interesting. It would be good to see them tag up again. They used to be the dynamic duo. It used to be Rob being the, you know, MAGA cock sleeve debate bro. And then Pisco being the progressive liberal Juris Doctorate. And they would get into pretty passionate fights about shit. So that would be interesting content. I'll definitely add that to the docket if that's a thing. Did you play the Dawn of War franchise? I played Dawn of War either 1 or 2. I want to say I played 1 because Dawn of War 2 had Tyranids in it. I didn't play Tyranids. I played Imperial Guard and Blood Ravens versus Chaos, and I could have sworn there were like Necrons or something in there. But anyways, I played that campaign. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Thank you for the kickoff. Thank you for the gifted. I haven't been keeping up with 40k. I know there was another update to Dawn of War 4. Yep. So it's long as fuck. Okay, well, we can add it to the list. So I'm just gonna tell y'all straight up. One of the things that I am definitely considering, and we might just need to do it because it sounds like we need a fucking spiritual reset to the fucking community. So what I'm tired of is I am getting from chippers and from oilers and from watchers complaints about the direction of the channel because it's too drama oriented and they don't like the presence of snarkers in the chat. I'm going to tell you right now, I need you to give your fucking balls a tug. Okay? You got real problems in the world. There's fucking I don't know, the fucking Strait of Hormuz. There's a genocide in Gaza, okay? There's a genocide in Gaza right now. I don't know if you guys knew this, but there's a genocide in Gaza. So you having to share a fucking space with people you don't like in Twitch and YouTube politics is the most laughable fucking gay problem I could possibly fucking think of. So if you don't like the fact that you have to share a space with people you don't like, then I'm going to need you to give your balls a huge fucking tug. Okay? So what I'm thinking about is I'm thinking about doing a mass fucking demod. I'll just tell you right now. So right now, everybody's modded. Like 80% of the channel is fucking modded. Because mod doesn't mean mod. I don't expect you to police the community if you're a mod. What a blue name means right now is I've seen you long enough in my community and you've said enough funny, interesting things that I'm interested in knowing who you are parasocially, and then also not banning you even if you're a fucking smartass. So, you know, at this point, I know Valorfax's Fellrunner is super well intended. He wants the community to do well. He wants everybody in the community to be happy. He wants the vibes to be immaculate and all that kind of stuff. But y'all need to fucking give your goddamn balls a tug. Okay? So what I'm going to say is if I keep here... Okay, so people are saying, no, I become attached to my shield. No, I like being blue. No, blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. Then I'm going to say, if you fucking pussy ache, I'm taking your shield. Okay? I'm the police commissioner. This is my fucking police department. If you don't fucking like it, go work somewhere else. Okay? And if you fucking pussy ache, I'm taking your shield. How's that? Okay? And if you're an oiler, you're a chipper, you think I shouldn't fucking take your shield, all that kind of stuff, tread carefully. How's that? Because like I said, I would rather go back to fucking doing construction admin than be beholden to the fucking random fucking pussy aching of my fucking community. Okay? There's a genocide in Gaza. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Russia is still invading Ukraine. You know? Fucking stop fucking pussy aching. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Whinging is fine. Alright? Whinging is okay. But just know that everybody's on fucking thin ice. Okay? Fucking pussies. What is ban-worthy? Patriarch, you're never getting banned. But if you pussy ache, I'm gonna fucking take your shield. Okay? And by the way, you won't be alone. I will literally, like, if I have to take somebody's shield, like let's say that we just can't get on the same page, I will take everybody's shield, and you will have to earn your shield back. Okay? I am exhausted by the fucking pussy aching. Get a real fucking problem. Eat a banana, go outside. Okay? And here's another advantage real quick. Here's another advantage. If I take your shield, you might be like, oh, this is sad. I felt like I was a valued member of Connor's community, and now I've been a symbol of me being a valued member of Connor's community has been taken away from me. I am sad. But let me tell you what you'll be able to do without a shield. Okay? You will be able to mute Doobie yourself. Okay? How am I supposed to know who to ban? Aren't I a pretty, like, arbitrary and jealous and angry god? Isn't everybody being mean and fucked up, and then I freak the fuck out, and then I tell you to just machine gun civilians? I'll order you when to machine gun civilians, okay? And then when you machine gun too many civilians, I'll tell you to cease fire. So. Alright. Yeah, Greys can create their own safe spaces. They could. They could. Yeah, ban all gay ops except for Shrimple. But here, no. Hold on. Somebody was saying, as an example, that it's not Miradol, it was someone else. There was some other girl or trans girl in our chat, and I forget who they were, but they were like an out-and-out snarker. They were like a hardcore snarker, member of the fucking snark server, fucking, you know, ass mad, hated Steven, hates Israel, hates Fellrunner, all that kind of stuff, right? and they were like a hardcore snarker. But when we were watching Geopol, they were engaging with Geopol. They were like, oh, this is interesting. Blah-bitty, 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 blah. Oh, you know, I didn't think about this. Blah-bitty, 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 blah. They were being so... It wasn't Miradol. Miradol and I actually have we have a long-standing Twitter relationship. So, but the point is, like, if there's a known snarker and they're being fucking chill and engaging with, like, Geopol content and they're being normal, why would we ban that person? There's an opportunity for them to continue engaging with content that has nothing to do with hating on another creator, and then they could hopefully become more normal over time. Why would you ban that person when they're being normal? Now, if they were doing gay ops, where they were like, lol, I'm just here in order to convince y'all that Destiny and all his Indians are rapists, then obviously you would ban them, because they're not here to engage with actual substantive content. They're here exclusively in order to fuck over the space. But I'm asking you to differentiate. There is a good answer, but you don't want to hear it, though? Okay, well, everybody's going gray, okay? Patriarchy ruined it for everybody. How's that? Everybody is going gray. Everybody's going gray. Except for Void a Parrot. Whoever said they're attached to their shield, you get to keep your shield. Everybody else is going gray. I'm done. I'm done with the fucking pussy aching. You can either leave the community or like seriously, that is an option. I hate to say that. I love parasocially a substantial amount of you. Okay? I really do. Okay? I actually do, even the people that are pussy aching, I like a substantial amount of them. But I'm not doing the fucking pussy aching anymore. Okay? I'm fucking done with it. Everybody's getting fucking grayed out. Okay, well, I already took like a dozen shields, so here we go. All right, but that's okay. We will literally treat it like a normal community. It will no longer be a wall of blue. It will no longer be a fucking hug box. If somebody says something that is upsetting to you, you will be able to block them or mute them. And as a result, you will not have to see them in chat, okay? And you won't have to be offended by their presence. You can literally ignore the fact that they exist, except for when I'm doing super chats. Okay, there you go. Solved everybody's fucking problem. There we go. And I'll keep removing blue shit as we go. Here we go. I think Void a Parrot gets to keep theirs. Everybody's going gray. Yep. Too much fucking pussy aching. You guys need real problems. You guys seriously need real fucking problems. Okay? There you go. Go find some real problems. Yep. You're all gay nobodies now. It's true. You're all gay nobodies. So fucking enjoy it. You could either become a member if you want to be green. You can fucking gift memberships if you want to become green. But basically, the only person who's probably going to hold on to a shield is going to become Valorfax, aka Fellrunner. And I'm going to fucking... literally, like, I'm probably going to move Fellrunner to standard moderator so we can't permaban people, and that's it. So you guys need to you need to give your fucking balls a tug. You need to fucking figure out, like, having real problems. You need to figure it the fuck out. This is not, you know, I'm not babysitting a bunch of people like, my day is ruined because I hang out in your chat and there's somebody I don't like. Okay, I don't care. That's not a real problem, okay? People got cancer. People have AIDS. There's a genocide in Gaza. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. You know, fuel prices are up 50%. Fucking all that bullshit, okay? Fucking go find a real problem. Go give your fucking parents a hug, okay? Go give your mom and dad a hug. Go give your fucking sister or brother a hug. Go fucking, you know, find something real to fucking complain about. Discord and chat drama is not a real problem. Okay? Yeah. All right. Anyways. Rodney Hobbs says, I don't care that you don't care, Connor. Put your pussy away. Okay. Here's 5 minutes for resisting the gray genocide. Enjoy your 5 minutes. All right. My mom is dead. What do I hug? Your dad. And if your dad's dead, you hug your brother or sister. If you don't have a brother or his sister, go hug a dog. And if you can't find a dog, go find a homeless person. Okay? Find a real problem. Okay, see, real serious gets it. Okay? How could you be talking about this right now when there's a when there's a genocide in the chat? Yeah, you're correct. All right? So anyways, I'm done with the fucking pussy aching. Leave or don't leave. I don't care. Okay? Leave or don't leave. Make your choice. There you go. I think Void a Parrot is the only person who said they become emotionally attached to their shield. And then Fell Runner is going to be the only other moderator. Okay? See? My dogs are my literal babies and better than most humans. Then, whenever you're fucking pussy aching about, damn, there's this snarker who's in Connor's chat or Discord, and I really don't like interacting with them. Number one, mute them or block them, so you don't have to see them except when they're giving me money. You no longer have the responsibility to see them. Okay? And then number two, go give your dog a hug. Okay? Sounds good? Don't be upset, Booby Bear. I'm relatively not upset. On the upset scale, okay. Here's another thing before we keep going. My private life or personal life is an 8 out of 10. Okay? I wake up every single day. I do 5 hours worth of work with, you know, where I get to come to a chat of Twitch and YouTube political autists. We get to talk about Twitch and YouTube political autism. And then for 5 hours. And then I get to get off work. I get to hang out with my family. And then on days where I'm not hanging out with my children, I get to hang out with my girlfriend. And my girlfriend has a very nice butt. Okay? I have literally, like, my personal life is an 8 out of 10. My work life is still like a 7 out of 10 on the whole. But I would say right now, it's about a 5 out of 10. Now, the reason why it's a 7 out of 10 on the whole is I love my job. I love hanging out with you guys. I love covering debates. I love covering current events. I love talking about geopolitics. I love fighting with you in the chat. I love this job. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not changing anything. We're still going to be, you know, basically, weirdly enough, I actually am a tits man, but I can appreciate a nice ass. And by the way, there is a difference between a big ass and a nice ass. Okay? So a big ass can also be appreciated, which is effectively like in proportion to legs and waist, there's a big butt, which is cool. But you know what's nicer than a big butt? Like a sculpted butt. Like a butt that's not just big, but it's also built. Okay? So, huge fan of a nice, sculpted, large butt. Now, I am a tits man. Like a nice pair of tits are fucking amazing. And by the way, tits don't have to be big. They could be small and well-shaped. So, what did this turn into? We're talking about butts and tits. Okay? So the point is, I am a tits man, but I appreciate a really nice ass. Okay? So the point is that, like, my personal life is amazing. My professional life is still above average. I would rather do this than wake up and go to a construction admin job where I fucking email and call insurance companies in order to harass them to pay bills that they should pay to construction companies, and then I get a cut of the amount of money that I get from my construction, or that I get back for the construction company. That's what I could be doing right now. Literally, and by the way, my life would still be amazing. Okay? My life would still be amazing. If I get fired tomorrow, all the Oilers leave, all the Chippers leave, I no longer make enough money in order to do this job full time, and I go do construction admin, and I spend 40 hours a week harassing insurance companies to pay construction companies, and then I get a small cut, my life will still be fucking phenomenal. Okay? So what I'm telling you right now is it's not worth it to me for the fucking pussy ache. Okay? Here's Doobie's alt, Symposium Brain for $10. Is it nice? Prove it with consent, of course. No, I will not be posting my girlfriend's butt for anybody's evaluation but my own. But there's Doobie right now. So all of the people, I have freed you from seeing Doobie's opinion except for through super chats. So right now, go to Doobie's alt, Symposium Brain, click the 3 fucking dots and click mute or block. And now you no longer have to see Doobie. Okay? That I just solved your problems. Okay? Everything's fine. I'm more of a feet and torso kind of guy. That's fucking wild. That is a wild thing to say. I almost took your shield over that. Muting is for the weak. Okay, so mute for the weak. I'm sorry you have to click 3 buttons. Sorry that you have to click 3 buttons. There's a genocide in Gaza right now. Okay? There's a genocide in Gaza. All right? Are we supposed to be mad at Doobie? I feel like I skipped a few chapters. Yes, you're supposed to be mad at Doobie right now. He is the reason why that there's a blue purge right now. Because I used to mod everybody in my fucking chat, but everybody was fucking pussy aching because they had to constantly see Doobie's opinion because they were moderators. So they couldn't like ban or block Doobie. So now we're doing it. So everybody's gray now. They're gray or green. The 2 blue people are Fellrunner and Void of Parrot. Void of Parrot's on thin ice because he's a feet guy. So, yeah. Just got here, you think there's a genocide? I mean, I just committed the genocide, okay? He's right. You should block me if you lack the testicular fortitude to read my correct opinions. Do it. Everyone who hates Doobie, there's his alt, Symposium Brain. Literally go up there, 3 fucking buttons, click it, and fucking block him. And now you don't have to fucking read his opinions anymore. Okay? Out here taking our do-nothing 9-to-5 jobs. Some of those shields had families, man. Okay. All right. All right. So anyways, I am going to move into the content. But what I'm going to tell you is, here's another thing too. All right? Here's another thing. I am doing this for your benefit. You are saying that, like, I'm not listening to you. No, I'm listening to you. I am 100% listening to you. I could have live streamed the Mr. Girl conversation. I could have covered Destiny's coverage of the Mr. Girl conversation. I could have covered Destiny's nuking our relationship thing. I could cover right now Destiny's fucking cope session last night on Wick TV. There is I could cover Lonerbox covering the slop. I could cover Hutch covering the slop. I could cover Wick covering the slop. I could cover Wick's fucking, no offense to Wick, cope session about snarking. I could have covered all that stuff. And truth be told, I would have had higher viewership. I would have more donations. Okay? I understand that it would be temporary. It would be temporary because those people aren't here for the community. They're not here for Geopoll. They're not here for news or current events. I understand that 100%. It's a very temporary burst of negative attention, and then it's gone, right? That's the way that drama works. Okay? But at the same time, everyone you know does fucking, they do that. Everyone you know. Whenever Destiny got into a big drama, he didn't listen to his community. He covered the big drama. Every time Vosh got into a big drama, he capitalized off the drama. Every time Andrew Wilson got in a big drama, he capitalized off the drama. All the biggest people capitalize off of the drama. So I am trying to be respectful of the members of my community who want this channel to be something more substantive than just fucking pursuing the next highest metric. I actually do want to cover Richard Spencer versus Andrew Wilson. They're both relatively intelligent, interesting people, and they debated. Apparently, Andrew Wilson gets randomly stomped in the conversation, which could be funny to watch. I think Richard Spencer calls him the homophobic F slur at some point. That could be funny. It has nothing to do with Destiny or Destiny's Orbit. So I am making a conscious choice to try to avoid the things that are upsetting Patriarch, upsetting Fashion 40, upsetting not conservative liberalism, weirdly enough. Conservative liberalism is not upset about this. But there are a host of DGG adjacent people or DGGers who do not like the snark content. They don't like the drama. They don't like beefing with liberal creators. They don't like any of that shit. And I'm trying to be respectful of your who's symposium. It's Doobie. If you don't like Doobie's opinions, block him. There you go. Three buttons and block him. Okay? But I'm tired. I'm tired of the pussy aching. I'm tired of the whining. These aren't real problems. Your favorite streamer is doing, or I don't even think I'm most of y'all's favorite streamer. But your favorite streamer is not your favorite streamer anymore because he's not doing content the way that you want him to do content. That's not a real problem. Okay? It's not a real problem. Okay? There are real problems in the world. So what I need you to do is, if you still feel upsetty spaghetti about the way that I've done content in the past week, which, by the way, has been ignoring the drama 90% of the time. Okay? If this is a deal breaker for you and you're a chipper or an oiler, I need you to dip out. Okay? Because I'm sick of the fucking pussy aching. All right? And I will freak the fuck out. All right. Anyways. Is there a way to regain the wrench? I think we're setting the standard that wrenches are exclusively for people who want the job. And what I mean by that is wrenches will no longer be a status symbol of veterans. If you want to be a status symbol of a veteran, then you can pay $3 a month on Counterpoints Politics, or you can pay $5 a month on Valor Media Network to get your name to be green, and that will be the way that you will denote that you are a veteran. Blue stuff will no longer be handed to veterans. If you want to be blue, you have to actually moderate. And what I mean by that is you will deal with unpleasant people. You will have to look at unpleasant people's comments. If unpleasant people are giving me money, you are going to have to swallow your fucking pride. And that's pretty, and then you'll have to ban fucking psychos. Okay? That's it. I want Wrench to keep things tidy genuinely. Okay. Then if you want to be a Wrench because you actually want to be a Wrench, then I will give you your shield back. But if you want your Wrench because you want to be a veteran, then you need to become a fucking, you need to become a YouTube member. Because once again, I'm not fucking tolerating pussy aching from fucking wrenches. Okay? That's the job. Demon King Drago says, I want the job. Okay? But if you pussy ache, I'm taking it right back. Okay. Fashion 40 for 5 says, in my 29 years on the internet, you're the only creator I've spent so much money on and immersed in the community wise. For your information, I tug my balls. Okay. All right. Well, I parasocially love you, Fashion 40. I'm sorry for calling you out specifically. But yeah. What's the non-homophobic F slur, says an anonymous chatter. I actually truly don't know. I truly don't know. Symposium says, or just do a GDF video on Zionism in Israel so I can enjoy watching chat get upset. Later in the afternoon. We're going to start with Richard Spencer. Okay. Before I dip out, who was the one-on-one with today? It's with Demon King Drago. All right. Buzzrocker with the 5 says, guess I need to gift more memberships so the chat can be colorful again. Well, you know, once again, work within a budget. Pay your bills. Eat your food. You know, pay your bills, buy your groceries, take care of your community, maybe pay your taxes, and then after that, give money to the stream. Can we watch Doobie versus Molestany? No. Read the room. Everybody's super spaghetti right now, and there is a genocide in Gaza. So, no. Okay? Vazraka with the gifted. Horse God with the membership. Thank you, kings and queens. All right. Let me thank everybody who donated real quick, and then we're going to get into the content. Vazraka, Horse God, Vazraka, Fashion 40, Anonymous Chatter, Doobie. Anonymous Chatter, Fashion 40, Real Serious, Jen Winkler with the 5 gifted. Still love you, Jen. Sorry if I'm upsetty spaghetti. And Vazraka. All right. Are you guys ready to watch something that is not related to Destiny? Good. All right. I don't see anyone upset. Good. Keep it that way. Stay non-upset. That would be great. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. There is a debate between two wildly crazy characters on the internet, and it is Richard Spencer. For those of you who don't know, Richard Spencer was huge in 2016 because he was the self-declared leader of the alt-right, a white nationalist dissident right-wing movement in the United States that was anti-Jewish supremacy, I think is the best way that they would articulate it. They were white nationalist, meaning that they wanted to advocate for white people and maybe eventually, you know, through voluntary association, segregate white people away from the rest of the races. They were quite spicy, and they held a rally, Unite the Right, in Charlottesville, North Carolina, I think. And during that, there was like a riot, a fist fight, pepper spray, people pulling guns on each other, and eventually a white nationalist drove a Dodge Charger into a crowd and injured like half a dozen people and killed one person. Actually kind of like a wild time. And then there's Andrew Wilson, who was in the Twitch and YouTube political debate space for a long time, but he actually broke out of that by going like red pill Orthodox Christian nationalist. And I know this is demeaning to his career, but I'm going to say it anyways. In my opinion, he got famous by bullying e-whores on the internet. He would basically go onto the whatever podcast, and then he would make fun of and be mean to Instagram models, OnlyFans girls, and general women, and beat up on them psychically for the entertainment of red pill men. So he became huge to the point that he actually got on the Joe Rogan podcast. I have no idea how the fuck that happened, but it did. And so as a result, we're going to be watching these two vicious right-wing twats yell at each other about how the red pill must die. Let's take a look.
Today we have Andrew Wilson and Richard Spencer debating the manosphere. We have two topics. The manosphere is number one. Richard Spencer will have his opening statement, which will be about 5 minutes, and then we'll give it to Andrew, and then we'll go back and forth, crossfire. I just want to say thank you. I love talking to you guys. It's phenomenal watching you. So pumped about this debate. Richard, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew, for being here. And thank you, Josiah, for inviting me and setting this up. So I believe the topic or my affirmation is that the manosphere is a socialist movement for low status losers in order to get pussy. Is that what it is, more or less? You can read that.
Sure. Manosphere / men's rights movements are socialist, egalitarian crusades made up of men that need to be eliminated from the gene pool.
Well, that.
God damn. What? Okay. That's not where I was going with it, but okay.
That's even harsher than I remembered, but wow. And then the next one is that so-called traditionalists want to return to an era that never existed. They actually don't want to return to the past. They want to return to a magical utopia, basically.
Yep.
Okay. I think I can handle all of these, and I'll try to keep it at 5. But if I go into 10, maybe you'll give me that time, and I'll certainly give that time to Andrew if he needs that long to respond as well. I think it's best just.
Well, I think we have the structure down. It's like 5-5, and then what is it?
Yeah, but
three,
I'm
4 minute rebuttals. I think
these two things.
Yes,
so let's just have a discussion. I mean, we're not playing tennis.
I know this is rich coming from me, but brevity is the soul of wit.
Here, so
I'd like to keep it to the format. Otherwise, we
and I'm the reason why this debate is happening. So I'm going to speak for.
Then you can
10
fuck
minutes.
off. I don't care. Fuck off.
Are you in charge, Andrew?
Yeah.
Are you in charge, buddy?
I am.
No,
Richard,
you're not. Josiah's in charge.
Richard, we
agreed to a platform, and if you don't want to do it, then don't do it.
No, I'm going to speak for 10 minutes. I'm
Go
going
speak
to
somewhere
give
else for 10 minutes. Then.
Listen, Andrew, fuck you, man. You are the when I imagine like losers being attracted to the manosphere, it's you, buddy.
I know. You got me, Richard.
Yeah, I did get you. All right.
You got me.
Thanks for agreeing with me, Josiah. I'm going to speak for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to say some interesting things.
I disagree.
I'm going to allow Andrew.
Can we just take the format?
We're not playing fucking tennis here. I'm going to give
No, we're having a
opening
structured
statement.
debate. Yeah, and we're having a structured debate, and we agreed to a format, and I'd like to stick to it.
No, I'm not going to back down on this.
Then go away.
I'm going to speak for. Why don't you go away, you little fucking.
Oh no.
You just called him the F slur. Oh, man. Oh, man. Now I'm debating if I need to, like, DM Richard Spencer. And, I can't talk to him on Valor Media Network. Okay? I would love to do a Valor Media Network fucking hosted round-robin conversation with JF Gary Epi and Richard Spencer. Because I think we would like disagree on so much. And I think he is actually like a dissident right-wing quote-unquote intellectual, somebody who is capable of having like a highfalutin conversation without actually, you know, being totally dipshit about it. But that being said, I don't think Ken Harbaugh would like me to have a weekly recurring segment where I invite Richard Spencer, the former king of white nationalism in America, onto his platform repeatedly. Don't platform Richard Spencer? What the fuck? I think Richard Spencer is like, you know, he's, I think he has a bigger platform than me. You know, platforming is where you give somebody a microphone in order to reach more people. I don't think, like, I don't know. How many views does Richard Spencer get these days? So. All right. Anyways, y'all are being a little bit wild in chat. So, anyways, actually addressing the content. Andrew is obviously going to throw elbows in order to make the other person upsetty spaghetti. Richard Spencer is being a little bit too much of a soft intellectual right now. He should be able to get brevity as the soul of wit. I know that's rich coming from me, but he should be able to say, okay, I have half a dozen points. How do I summarize them in the most effective way possible? And then as a result, he should be able to fit in the 5 minutes, and we shouldn't have to have a 20-minute fight about a 5-minute format. You know what I'm saying?
Richard, let's keep it 5 minutes. No slurs, nothing. You can seriously sabotage both of our livelihoods by doing this.
I'm going to speak for a reasonable amount of time.
Oh, no.
I will allow Andrew to respond, and I'm not going to be timing him or something like this, okay? That's what's going to happen. Do you agree with that, Josiah?
Okay, go, bro. We're here for you.
I'm sorry, Josiah. Let's just, I know, same thing. I mean,
I understand, but dude, okay.
You like the little
I hope you don't mind me fast forwarding. I don't want to listen to them bitch about the format for 10 minutes.
weakling.
This tension come from? I wasn't figuring we would get to
Okay. Reasonable people work.
All right.
The so-called manosphere emerged in the 2000s, mostly online, as a reaction to material realities that were deconstructing and disempowering, you could say, the nuclear family as a man's fundamental claim to power and status. What do I mean by this? Leave It to Beaver is no longer on the air. There was a time, and it's sort of an imagined time, when every man could get a job, join a union, own a car, own a house, have a wife and 2.3 kids, and there you go. What I would suggest is that that is an aberrational situation that emerged in post-war America.
Yep.
After the Second World War.
Yep.
That is something totally unheard of in world history.
Yep.
And yet we have imagined this situation, the Leave It to Beaver situation, as something that men are entitled to, something that is historically relevant. This is how we always used to do things, something as bequeathed to us by God, etc., etc. So traditionalists are actually completely ahistorical in their worldview and their normative claims to the nuclear family being the basis of society. The nuclear family is not that. The nuclear family, as we knew it in the mid-20th century, is actually fairly rare. The manosphere offers some...
Okay. This is interesting, but I do want to pull it apart real quick. So I think part of the reason why we idealize the mid-20th century nuclear family, and by the way, can you picture that? Like the white picket fence, the 1,400 square foot, the 2-car garage, the, 2 or 3 kids playing in the front yard, the dog, like the golden retriever playing in the front yard, and the dad who's working a union job, or he's a paper salesman and he's able to support a family of 4 or 5 and all that kind of shit. I'm descriptively okay with saying that that is a fluke of material conditions. So the Depression generation, the greatest generation, actually I think the greatest generation did live that lifestyle. It was the silent generation. The generation before them is the one that like fucking like they didn't have that shit. They had generational families. The mom and dad were, but like mom was working in the household, but because they didn't have all the modern appliances of the current era, they had to work 40 hours a week in order to take care of the kids and in order to take care of the husband so the husband could be economically productive so they could raise their children. And then the husband was busting his ass 40 to 60 hours a week and also an alcoholic because he was working his fingers to the fucking nub. And then grandma, grandpa, and aunts and uncles were helping to raise the kids because there was no daycare system. And so as a result, like childcare fell to extended family. That was the quote unquote like state of nature prior to World War II. With post World War II relations, we obviously had this like peak of material conditions, but people enjoyed that. I know that like a lot of you, like even some of you in chat right now are saying like, oh, that's boring as shit. You know, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to be in the nuclear family model, blah, 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 blah. But the truth is that was probably like the zenith of material conditions for like the white Western family. So I agree with Richard that that is probably a historical material fluke. But that doesn't mean that people pining after that dynamic is bad. They would just need to actually like say why they still think it's good economically, socially, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, and that's also like not, if we were able to get there through like, they talk about this in sociology, like get to Norway. And the reason why they say that is because the Nordic social democracy has so many positives in reference to vitality, in reference to lifespan, in reference to social productivity, in reference to relatively stable familial relations, that they idealize Norway. That doesn't mean that we don't try to make families and material conditions ideal. It just means that the ones that we idealize presently might not be something that is like, as he said, prescribed to us by God, and therefore a unchangeable state of natural affairs.
Some fascinating insights, particularly with the ubiquity of hypergamy among women. I think so many of its evo-psych insights are correct and useful. I guess my beef with it is not in that analysis. My beef with it is not even in its, you know.
Somebody asks an important question. What's Norway's Gunner's laws? Very lax. They let you goon in Norway. But the problem with gooning in Norway is they goon so much and they're such a stoic people that they do not have that many children.
Game tactics and strategies, how to pick up women, etc. My beef with it is the way that it has emerged as a sort of universal monogamy, as A, some sort of traditionalist outlook, but B, something that we need to have for the future. I say that it's an egalitarian socialist movement. I mean that quite seriously. It's a sort of conservative middle-class Marxism in which we are not going to have a situation that resembles world history. We're going to have a kind of new situation where every man gets a woman and that's that, etc. Material conditions be damned. We've moved beyond the material conditions that inform any sort of situation like this. We are simply going to assert the nuclear family as the status quo forever. This is ridiculous. Now, I mentioned hypergamy. That is women desiring to marry up, to find a better man, etc. That is a much more insightful notion, or much more insightful to say that about women than to say that they want to get married or they're all sweet or something. No, I think they want to marry up. I agree with that insight. On some very deep primal level, that is what women want. But what do men want? Who are we? What is an expression of true manliness and masculinity? For a loser like Andrew Wilson, he wants to be given a woman and he wants to be given some employment that he feels will give his empty life meaning, etc., and so on. That actually has nothing to do with manliness or masculinity. That is again, a rather mid-20th century middle-class fantasy from low-status males, Andrew Wilson being a prime example of this reality. What does it mean to be a man? It means to sail your ships into uncharted waters. It means to found the Roman Empire on the basis of a quest and a great rape, the rape of the Sabine women, to go out and do it, to grab them by the pussy, as it were. Women are the most essential resource, and real men go out there and get it. And only a select few of men are brave or bold or strong enough or fit enough in a Darwinian sense to actually achieve this. And the rest of the men, to be frank, don't reproduce and die. Again,
Ooh, but this is anthropologically true, but this isn't ideal. Okay? Here's my frustrations with this, is that if you actually look at monogamous enforced society, so if you talk about like anthropology, I think Richard Spencer is correct from a descriptive sense that only a substantial amount of people, I'll explain it to grassroots in a second. Only like a certain amount of people. I think somebody said that you have twice as many female relatives. Do you have twice as many female ancestors as male? Collectively, humanity is descended from roughly twice as many female ancestors as male ones. However, as an individual, you have a mathematically equal number of biological mothers and fathers, though ancestral overlap, pedigree collapse can skew your family tree. Polygyny and mating skews. Throughout history, a relatively small number of highly successful and powerful men had children with multiple women, while many men never reproduced at all. So this is anthropologically true. However, it's also true that societies that have a disproportionate amount of men who are unemployed and incapable of having children are more violent societies. So he can call it like sexual Marxism or sexual socialism. But it's also descriptively true that if you leave hundreds of thousands or millions of people, if you leave them unemployed and incapable of having kids, they are more likely to commit violence. So, okay, grassroots. Of course, you have been a huge foundation to the channel. So if you say, I want my wrench, I'm giving you your wrench, right? But I'll tell you what happened this morning / this week. There have been people, including veteran community members, who have been upset with the amount of drama, even though I've actively been trying to avoid the drama insofar as I am capable. And the pussy aching was driving me crazy. So most of those people are upset that Doobie is in the chat, and I'm basically telling them to find a real problem. So what I said is, anybody who has a shield going forward, anybody who has a blue name going forward, that is not a denotation of veteran status. If you want to be a veteran status, then get a membership. Pay $3 a month on Counterpoints Politics or pay $5 a month on Valor Media Network. But if you are going to be a wrench, then you should be willing and able to do a wrench job, which is effectively dealing with antisocial fucking freaks and also being forced to view Doobie's opinions. So, Grassroots Hegemon, the question I have for you is, are you ready to deal with antisocial freaks? And if you see Doobie's opinions routinely, are you going to freak the fuck out? If the answer is, I can deal with antisocial freaks, and I'm okay with seeing Doobie's unfiltered dog shit opinions, I of course am giving you a fucking wrench. Beef Supreme, no, you didn't make the cut. I'm fucking demodding everybody, and then I'm only re-promoting mods. So, all right. Anyway, Scratchers, let me know.
The manosphere is a socialist egalitarian movement to the extent that it wants to change this fundamental aspect of human nature and this fundamental aspect of masculinity. I can remember a great documentary that is...
Doobie, I love your unfiltered dog shit opinions. It's everybody else who's freaking the fuck out. Beef, you can be a mod if you want to be a mod.
Narrated by David Attenborough called Life. And it goes through all sorts of reproductive strategies. And one of them that stuck out to me was the Dawson bees that are these sort of earthen bees that burrow into hives. And once a year, what happens? It's mating time. And the women, the female, I shouldn't say women, the female bees present themselves above the earth. And all of the male Dawson bees engage in a ferocious orgy of violence in which they are attacking one another. Most all of them perish in this act. And one or two get through and actually inseminate the female Dawson bee and produce offspring. We don't even know which bees are able to do this because even the bee that wins, so to speak, is undoubtedly going to have his head ripped off and die in the melee and chaos of it all. That is an extreme example that gives us a hint of the reality that you see across the animal kingdom and across mammals, in fact. Rams, antelope, etc., they will go in stark competition between men for the woman. Not everyone breeds. They don't pair up into a nuclear ram family in order to have offspring or something like that. What human culture created in the mid-20th century is synthetic. It's extremely unnatural. Instead, it is a deadly competition between men. Antelopes, moose, deer, etc., they don't have antlers in order to hunt or to fight off predators. They have antlers in order to fight with other males of their species. That is the quest for status that will give you the female. So this mid-20th century notion,
Okay,
again,
give you the female? That
do you not
sounds-
understand?
Yeah, what do you mean give you the female?
Win the woman, because women are hypergamous and they want the best male.
But I thought you just said grab him by the pussy.
Right, the best male.
Yeah, he's answering it.
The best males grab them by the pussy. The best males,
So the best
were
males
the ones
take it by
willing.
force. They're not giving the women, right?
Well, if you want to argue about semantics, then
Is that
you can.
semantics? So
Yes.
I think like hypergamy, honestly, Richard, it's interesting you take this approach to this debate because you're saying a lot of red pill coded things. I don't even know like how much I believe in hypergamy. It could just be my youth and my ignorance, but like I'm not the top 1%. I've never had any problems with my wife. I've been married for 4 years now. There's never been anything like that, you know? So maybe this is like lowbrow, you know, like women or something, but like, I don't know. This seems like what the red pill say to like black pill, the American, from not having sex and from not wanting to get married. And I kind of thought you were going to kind of take that approach, but it is surprising to me that you,
Women want to marry up. I mean, you could always find some exception to this rule or whatever. But yes, I mean, the crucial insight of F. Roger Del.
There's also a ton of uggos out there. No offense, but like the phrase this. Money is a great way to increase your social value. You can be an uggo and an antisocial male, and if you have sufficient cash, you will still be able to attract a very attractive female, because there's very attractive females who don't want to work. They just want to be hot. That I'm not kidding you. There are women who straight up, like, we call them gold diggers, obviously, but they're people who use sexual access as the thing that they get paid for, right? And so if you look at, you know, Instagram girls or fucking some OnlyFans models probably are financially independent, truth be told. But there are women who will use sexual access and children as the way that they get, you know, that as the way that they survive. That's their sexual strategy, is they use their attractiveness in order to get by. So if you're an ugly man, you know, you can find a woman who will trade sexual access for material security. And then same thing, there was something that I drew. It was basically like the 4 or 5 evaluative ways that I think attraction is kind of done. I think I probably already went past it. But I think there's like physical attractiveness, emotional stability, spiritual attractiveness, and maybe like material well-being. I wonder if I could find it. But I'll look for it. But, oh, here it is. Incel system. So if you're hot or ugly, then this is one of the things that you can do, right? Is that if you're ugly, let's say you're a 3 out of 10, you could looks max, you could fucking mew, you can buy nice clothes, you can take a shower frequently so you don't smell like shit. You can put on, what else would you put on? You could put on cologne. You could make, you could looks max. And looks maxing is going to bump you up 1 or 2 points. So even if you're like a 2 or a 3, which is pretty low on the male attractiveness scale, you can bump yourself 1 or 2 points by looks maxing. But then of course with finances, like I said, you can finance max and therefore get access to upper tier genetic females, but they're never going to love you. They're going to cheat on you. They're going to fucking, you know, divorce you and take all your shit. But you could still get a gold digger to fuck you and have your kids. So if you want to fin max, go ahead and fin max, but you're not going to have like a very rich relationship, right? Then for emotional stability, the truth is if you're like a sour, dour, angry, bitter asshole like me, then most women don't find that attractive. They don't find miserable people attractive. So you should emotion max, where you should try to find some level of like harmony and emotional homeostasis and, you know, try to be reasonable and charming and all that kind of stuff. You can charm max, you can charisma max, right? And then therefore you'll be more likely to attract a partner. And then spiritual beauty, I'm not kidding. There are a ton of women who will forego physical attractiveness in order to find someone who they find spiritually beautiful. And what I mean by that is like, let's say that you're not that hot, but you looks max. Let's say you're not the richest person on the planet, but you have a stable job. Let's say that you actually do have like a relatively stable emotional homeostatic environment. And let's say that you're a noble person. You work for Doctors Without Borders. You volunteer in order to walk shelter dogs. You're a teacher at a school. And so you help raise the next generation of kids. There will be women who will look past your lack of attractiveness, your low financial status. They won't look past your emotional stability, let's be real, but then they will actually forego all of those things in order to, you know, basically hook up with a good guy who will help them raise good kids. But the same level of diversity and emotional and physical and sexual diversity that is present in the male sex is also present in the female sex. So effectively, if you fucking like spiritual max, but then you bang a gold digger, don't be surprised when that bitch fucking destroys your heart, you know? And if you're somebody who wants only maximal genetic fucking, you know, you just want your kid, you want your wife to be hot, but you're a fucking uggo, and the way that you got her was through money, don't be surprised when that bitch cheats on you. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of what I'm saying is quite obvious. But what I think the problem with Richard Spencer's analysis is that it's very shallow. The sexual marketplace is a complex mosaic of behavior. And there isn't a single way to gain sexual access or maintain a healthy relationship. So, once again, like, if you listen to Richard Spencer saying, only the chads get, and he says it with a gay affect. Sorry, Richard, if you ever see this. But listening to, Richard Spencer with a gay affect say, the women only go after the chads. They only fuck the chads. They only have kids with the chads. They only they only fuck the chads. Like that. Don't listen to fucking Richard Spencer. There's 10,000 ways to find your hookup and or find your wife. Okay. And Grassroots, I never got a definitive answer from you, but I did give you your wrench back because I remembered that you collect wrenches like infinity stones. So there you go.
Devlin's article on sexual economy, etc., is basically men want to be Don Juan or James Bond. Women want to be Sleeping Beauty, and they're rescued by the great prince. So they go up in the world in status by possessing the prime resource that there is. Sperm is cheap, eggs are dear. We make millions of sperm on a daily basis. Men masturbate, they have sex with some chick with using a condom, they whatever. They're always going to have enough sperm. Eggs are a finite resource. Finite resources are valuable. So yes, I said, I think the basic insight of hypergamy coming from the manosphere is obviously correct.
What do you think masculinity is in its perfect form?
I wouldn't use the word perfect, but I would use the word primal or original form. And masculinity is not for all. We're not all going to, by definition, we're not all going to be alpha males. What is consistent across the animal kingdom and across mammals, less so than, say, insects.
Yeah, Oli Karibo says, but Connor, how does self-evaluation come into play in all of that? Meaning that if we talk about dating up or down the paradigm, we got to determine how we value ourselves, how we say, I'm an 8 spiritually. 100%. 100%. And that's the interesting thing is that you can be delusional about your own sexual value. Okay? So, for instance, like, if you think you're a spiritual 8. Sorry, let me go back to my pictures. Where's my incel chart? So let's say that you're a spiritual 8. You're like, I'm good. I walk dogs and I give money to the homeless and I work as a hospice nurse and I'm like a noble and selfless person. But let's say that your emotional shit is a fucking 2. And therefore, when you're communicating your alleged spiritual beauty, you come off as like bitter and resentful because you're angry that nobody recognizes your spiritual virtue. Then clearly, like, that's going to be a fucking problem because these two paradigms where you pursue virtue at every fucking chance, but then you communicate it in a bitter way is going to make you wildly unattractive. And so you have to have a level of self-awareness where you're doing a truly decent analysis of who and what you are. Now, I'm going to be real. I think like I'm a physical 7. Okay? I think if I looks maxed, I could be an 8. If I wore the right clothes, if I put on the right, cologne, if I had, if I looks maxed, I think I could be an 8. Right? But I think on like a bad day, I'm a 7. And then finances, I'm like a 4. like I got enough money in order to keep my household going, pay my bills, take care of my kids and all that kind of stuff. But no bitch is marrying me for money. You know what I'm saying? If I'm attracting a woman, it's not because there's nothing to dig gold wise, Then emotional stability, I would say I'm like a 4. Okay. I'm incredibly self-aware, but I love being bitter. I love being angry. I love yelling at my chat. I love fucking, pissing people off. I can be verbally abrasive. Like emotionally, I'm really not that high up. I'm actually like pretty fucking low. And then spiritual beauty, I think I'm like a 7 or an 8. I'm not kidding. I try to be thoughtful and deep and insightful about reality. I try to orient myself towards what I think is good in the world. I try to maximize like the way that I perceive things, and I try to be insightful and self-aware and giving and kind and generous and all that kind of shit. But at the same time, like, I'm not going to be surprised if a lot of women look at my finances and look at my emotional stability and they're like, that's not for me. That's not for me. So I'm lucky that my current girlfriend is attractive. She is also not a fin-maxed person, but she's fin stable. She's not emotionally stable, but she's incredibly self-aware. So I would actually give her like pretty high marks in this regard, because her, like, what she lacks in emotional stability, she makes up for in self-awareness. And then spiritual beauty, she's like a fucking 10, dude. She's a truly like a remarkable human being. And so, yeah. So anyways, the point being that like how we evaluate, judge, and integrate these criteria into the sexual game is kind of, it's going to be highly personal. It's going to be insanely personal. But self-awareness is going to be one of the things that you're going to have to cultivate, or else you're going to get fucked. I keep thinking of fish fins whenever you say fin max. No, when I say fin max, I mean two things, okay? I mean you're born rich or you're a business owner. That's what I mean when I mean fin max. When I mean fin max, I mean that you could spend like $10,000 a day and not go broke. You could give a woman a fucking credit card without a limit and it would not affect your credit. That's what I mean when I'm talking about fin max. And there will be gold digging ass fucking women. Let's just Google gold digger real quick. Gold digger woman. So a gold digger woman is a woman who is physically attractive, and she will find a truly wealthy man who might not be looks maxed, emotion maxed, fucking whatever, but she knows that sexual access is the thing that the man values. And as a result, she doesn't care that she has to fuck an uggo. She doesn't care that she has to, fuck, an ugly guy who is not emotionally self-aware, who is not particularly spiritually beautiful. She doesn't care because she'll get handed a credit card and then she could fucking go do whatever she wants. She give me money when I'm in need. Oh, she's a trifling friend indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger way over town who digs on me. Say what you want about Kanye West, but gold digger is fucking peak. Absolutely fucking peak. Okay? Anyways.
The salacious example that I used is that the stronger, fitter males are going to reproduce more. Andrew Wilson's an excellent example of a, low status loser male who married a black woman, for instance, and then this woman who was
just plays along
knocked
with that
up
to troll. That's like a common
I think that's actually true, and there have been records that prove this. And then this woman who got knocked up a few times, badgers him into marriage.
If you wanted to shit on Andrew, you just had to listen and not break TOS, and you could have done this to his face, Richard.
Break TOS, I'm on the show, and he's not. What does that tell you?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm still here talking. He ran away. So what does this tell you?
It tells me that Andrew is a smarter...
He left because
Andrew
I broke
is a-
TOS.
Yeah, it tells me that
Okay,
Andrew is a
Josiah.
smarter businessman than me because my stream is in jeopardy.
He's a
from
smarter
An-
businessman than
from
you.
And- yeah, so
Real serious. Do you want your shield back in order to moderate chat? And will you tolerate Doobie sharing his opinion via super chat and chatting and you being forced to see it? Because if the answer is, I don't want to see Doobie's opinion, then you should remain gray. So you tell me, boss.
think about this, right? If I came into your job and was like, say the N-word, say the N-word, say the N-word, bitch, say it, bitch, right? And then you said it, like, you actually could lose your job, right? It's kind of the same thing here on YouTube. Anyways, this is like, this might be beyond the point, but
I'm sorry I lost my temper and called him the F word, but that's what I think of him, to be frank. So, and who ran away like a little girl? Who did that? Did I do that or did Andrew do that? Which one of us did that, Josiah? Andrew.
yeah, I mean, there's a qualifier here, which is that they're like the terms of service, you know, Andrew's extremely successful.
Terms of service?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a break, Josiah. Josiah, I'm like moments away from leaving. I'm sorry, but like this is just...
But then
I don't know
who's
what
going
to
to run
say.
away like a little girl then, though, Richard? You're stuck.
didn't,
You're
Josiah.
stuck in this room with me now. I'm about to
Okay.
grab you by the
Do you
want
want to offer some sort of interesting comment here?
Yeah, no, I mean,
So-
I think I just did.
You didn't. So, I mean, do you have a disagreement? You think that women aren't hypergamous?
Yeah,
that
like,
what your
like
claim is?
lowbrow hypergamy. I think these are like red pill.
What does that mean? Lowbrow hypergamy?
Yeah, like lowbrow women, just like low class women, distasteful. I think like a real woman who is actually embodying femininity doesn't feel the urge to keep on climbing, right? So, for instance, you see this with somebody like Ashley Sink.
Yo, Destiny is now saying that you tried to get with him twice while you were hanging out. Yo, I hope that's a troll. I hope that's a troll. I hope he's joking. I will say no. At no points did I try to engage in a sexual relationship with Destiny. That's actually pretty funny that he said that. No. Listen, man. I'm going to show you the one guy that I'm gay for. All right? No. This is the one man that I'm gay for. It's Henry Cavill. Okay? If Henry Cavill says, "Hey, Connor, you can play Warhammer with me every single day, but we have to get married and you have to be gay with me," then I will say yes. But if it is not Henry Cavill, I will not be gay. Okay? I'm just telling you. My gay standards are through the fucking roof. Okay? My gay standards, I will not only be gay for 10 out of 10s. I will only be gay for the 10 out of 10 that is 10 out of 10 amongst 10 out of 10s. Okay? So no, I did not make a sexual pass at Steven ever. And I hope that's, I hope that's a joke. I hope that's sarcastic. Egyptian rules, are you top or bottom? Ideally, I want to be a top. But if I get to play Warhammer with Henry Cavill every single day, I'll do what I have to do. You know, I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm not going to like it. But, you know, I'll do what I got to do. So, anyways, Kazra says, "Why are you gay?" True. Kazra, on principle, I should be making Khazra a gray name considering I removed so many blues, and I also said that like the blue status was not going to be a symbol of being a veteran in the COG community. But since Khazra has survived a kinetic war in his country, I am going to allow him to remain a mod. Read my comment. I said I was joking 10 times. Okay, well, good thing I took it as a joke. Anyways.
Claire. Ashley St. Clair is the ideal example of why hypergamy with somebody who is truly feminine and secure and has real confidence would have stopped. They would have stopped. But instead, she climbed and she climbed and she went from her, from Arsenal Media to then Mar-a-Lago to then Elon Musk. And now she's going to Hassan Piker. And so this is what you would expect from...
Patriarch points out that he's in an active war zone. Yes, but you complain too much. You complain too much, so it balances out.
Low quality women who don't actually understand femininity, they don't have any idea of confidence or security. Now, what women tend to do is they blame the insecurity on the men, and they say, this man he didn't provide me security, he didn't provide me safety. Actually, everything is usually okay. Everything usually fucking works out. Even whenever you're broke and you can't really afford rent, you always figure out a way to make it work, right?
Would you describe Andrew Wilson's wife as that sort of low quality female? In the sense that she's just constantly finding new baby daddies and...
No.
See, all right, I'm sure the host is about to defend Rachel Wilson's honor. Rachel Wilson has said things that I really, really, really don't agree with. Okay? To be clear, and I think she said things that I really, really, really thought were fucking silly and ignorant, and I think I called them silly or ignorant. But getting married, having one kid, that person being physically abusive, getting married, having a second kid, and then whatever reason that relationship doesn't work out, and then getting married and staying with one man for 15 years. Like, I understand, like, most of y'all motherfuckers are just gonna be hating on people because, like, oh, you got 3 baby daddies and blah, 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 blah. 15 years is a fucking lot, okay? 20 years is considered career service in the military. So she has almost done a career military service in reference to being married to Andrew Wilson. And by the way, does Richard Spencer have kids? Is Richard Spencer married? Is Richard Spencer married? Richard Spencer is finalizing divorce from his ex-wife Nina Kaparapapa following a heavily publicized court case in which he detailed years of physical, emotional, and verbal abuse. Does Richard Spencer have children? Yes, white nationalist Richard Spencer has 2 children with his former wife Nina Kupariana. Okay, well, at least he has kids. So, the point being that if you're being accused of extreme emotional, physical, and verbal abuse over the course of decades, then I guess congratulations on the kids, I guess. But you're still being a fucking asshole. And I think the Wilsons, you can criticize and be shitty to the fucking Wilsons without saying that, fucking, what is it? Rachel Wilson's a whore. Because I don't think that's a good characterization of the way that she's conducted herself. Okay? I think, to be clear, maybe I'm trying to think of how to say this in a very polite way. From 17 to 25, I had a lot of shallow, short relationships. Then at 25, I married a woman, and I was physically and emotionally loyal to her for 15 fucking years, and I would have been loyal to her for the next 50 and died with said woman. That didn't work out. I think that people saying like, oh, you got divorced, lol, I don't think they recognize what 15 years is. 15 years is a long ass time to be with someone. You get to know their positives, you get to know their negatives, you get to know their ins, their outs, their fears, their secrets, their past, their present, their future, their ambitions. Like, you know someone, after 15 years, you basically know someone's soul. And so to just say, oh, she's a whore who jumped from man to man to man to man, I think that's fucking horse shit. So Grassroots for 20, thank you for the donation, King. Look, if Richard Spencer wants to borrow my F-slur pass to use it on Andrew Wilson, he can, but he can only use it for the first 3 letters since I only have half of a pass as, I'm presuming you're saying as a bisexual man. Okay.
Because people or something?
No, because what
he
happened,
expresses true
I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
femininity, I guess, in your mind.
right now, absolutely, because what she's done is she's not still climbing, right? It's not like she's with Andrew and she's going to something else.
She did get to a very low rung and stayed put, so I guess I'll give her that.
And what happened is we also see real masculinity from Andrew as well, because you know how difficult it is to adopt a child that's not your own blood and to actually love them as your own. Do you know what type of sacrifice and humility that takes?
Josiah, what are you talking about?
You think that's gay?
Why would anyone want to do that?
Because it's.
I mean, I can understand that you do it in certain circumstances, but I mean, this is not adopting someone else's child. It's not some ideal. You know, one of their children died due to neglect.
Not due to.
I'm not sure these are great parents, to be honest.
What are you talking about?
That's what I've heard doing some basic research.
You've heard wrong, and you're smearing a family who's been through the ringer, and you're saying that this is their fault.
How have they been
Richard?
through the ringer?
Their child died, and you're saying it's because they neglected their child, Richard. Do you know how fucked up that is?
That's what her other husband claimed.
Okay. So
I don't know. Doesn't he have a point of view in this? Could he be right? I don't know.
No. I know.
Why do you say that?
Because that's not how this works. I know somebody who went through the same exact situation in Arizona. They went out. They were underage. They were also drinking, not legally able to drive. Ran a red light, and one of them died.
Their young child was hanging out with the wrong crowd, and her basically, if I remember correctly, this is the story.
It can always be the wrong crowd.
Rebel Wilson was allowing the child to run with the wrong crowd. Her ex-husband or ex-lover, the father of the child, was worried about this and was seeking custody. And he was apparently right in that child died in tragic circumstances. I don't know. Does the truth hurt?
Dude, it's just painful to see you stoop so low. And I just can't figure it out.
Stoop so low?
Yeah, I just can't figure it out. Like, you came in clearly hostile. You know, you didn't want to, like, you know, you came out trying to measure your dick. And it's like, I just don't, I don't understand.
Zaya, I'm leaving. I'm done. Okay. And I'm done with you, to be honest.
Dude.
Thank you.
Rage quit. Oh, man, dude. Rage quit. I can't, you guys, I can't believe he rage quit. Oh, my Lord. Oh, that sucks, dude. I guess I win now. Wow, chat. He ran away like a little girl. I mean, like, who won? He can't handle just the slightest bit of accountability. He rage quit. Holy shit. I'm really sorry to the Wilson family. You guys have been so good to us, and you send us Christmas cards. You send us gifts. You really do show us that you love us and care about us. Anytime we're going through anything, I know that my wife can always call Rachel and reach out to her. And Andrew has done a phenomenal job in shaping how I view politics and where I stand. And his content, his debates have brought so much prosperity for me and my family and for this channel specifically. I was looking forward to this debate, man. I was so hype about this. It took 2 weeks of planning. I was watching their old debates. I was so hype. And he just like clearly came in and he had this agenda. It was very obvious from the beginning what he was trying to do. Oh, man. I wish I knew, dude. I wish I knew ahead of time. But here's what I respect about somebody like Andrew. Andrew actually believes in what he says, and somebody like Richard is playing some weird Machiavellian games, and he doesn't believe what he says, which is why he does the things that he does. I'm glad he quit. and rage quit, and I can have that W and avenge Andrew Wilson. I guess I'll just read some super chats now.
So I think Andrew Wilson comes back. So I'm going to take a look at that. Sorry that I left you in the wings listening to Justin Reloaded. I'm unfamiliar with Justin. 120,000 subscribers, apparently clouded up enough in order to host debates between multiple crazy characters. So I'll fast forward to Andrew Wilson. None of you believe any of this? I believe what I've said. I believe that Rachel Wilson should be criticized for a whole host of behaviors, but attacking her family is not as strong as a lot of people think it is. I think Andrew Wilson is a debate performance artist who's in love with his own public reputation and income. And therefore, he's throwing his fucking dick weight around, his digital dick weight around, which I think is kind of fucking weak, but, whatever. It is what it is. He's got clout, he's got money, he's got power, he's been on fucking Joe Rogan. So maybe I would have a fucking ego if I got onto the Joe Rogan podcast, And then, I think some of his ortho bro religious views are silly, and I enjoy debating them. So, so far, I think everything that I've said, I believe in. I think that Andrew Wilson is an ortho bro. I think Richard Spencer is a race realist. I don't know if he's still a white nationalist. So, anyways. Anonymous says, still two very fragile egos on this panel? Yeah, probably. Let's see where these egos go.
Andrew Wilson's not controllable. The Crucible's not part of this inner web. We do our own thing.
Yeah.
We do our own thing, and we've never needed the help of anybody. And so we don't get involved in these little, I don't know.
Come on. We didn't need anybody's help. Come on. Listen. Andrew Wilson found his niche. I'm happy he's carrying several thousand live. I'm happy he's making money. Good for him. Not everybody makes it into the top 1% of fucking creation. But at the same time, man, I saw the metrics. And Hearshot doesn't like me saying this, but I think it's descriptively true. Okay? If you look at Andrew Wilson, he grinds for 2 years. He's fucking pumping out content. He's getting 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 views, whatever. He's getting 30,000, 50,000 views, which, by the way, is what I'm stuck at right now. I have a few months where I pop up, but that's normally when I'm fighting a large content creator. And then he goes up to 200,000, which is good. You hit the algorithm. You found your fucking niche. Whatever you were doing in that month, you need to repeat. But then he hits the algorithm at 200,000, and then he goes on whatever podcast and Rollo Tomasi, and he goes from 200,000 to 3 million almost overnight. And then he's repeatedly invited back onto the whatever podcast in order to bully Instagram women. And as a result, despite not being red pill himself, he fucking carves out his ortho bro niche within the red pill. Right? Would you network with other content creators in order to grow? Yeah, absolutely. The only reason why Andrew Wilson and I have a relatively positive relationship. The reason why I think I'm not more of, how I was a heel. I'll explain this real quick. I've limited my growth by being a heel for Twitch and YouTube politics, liberals and progressives for the past 5 or 6 years. Basically, I was conservative enough to fight viciously, but not so conservative they couldn't talk to me at all, right? That was my niche in Twitch and YouTube politics. Realistically, I should have been fighting the fucking far right as a conservatarian, and that would probably actually be my key to growth. That's part of the reason why I want to do the Rhino channel whenever I shut the fuck up and actually do it. In my defense, I've been thinking about doing that aggressively for the past month, and I got a little bit distracted within the past 2 weeks. Okay? But I think part of the reason why I'm not invited to the Crucible, no offense to anybody involved, is I don't want to beg for clout, money, time, and attention. I want them to think that it's worthwhile content to engage with me. Number two, I'm pretty sure Rob Knorr, who's a part of the Crucible orbit, is holding a little bit of a grudge because we had a knockdown, drag-out fight where I said that he was an F-slur and that if he said what he was saying online to my face, I would slap him in the mouth. So that might have decreased my collaborative opportunities. So Nameless Henchman says, realistically, I'm just a fascist who wants to fight fascists who sweep for the leader I dislike. Sure, Nameless Henchman. If you don't understand what any of those words mean, I'm sure that seemed very insightful. Okay? So anyways. Yeah, so I mean, like, dude, realistically, like, I would love to collaborate with, you know, far-right wingers. But once again, I don't want to beg. Number two, I think I've been a liberal heel for 5 or 6 years. Number three, I called a medium-sized creator in their space the F-slur. So. Whoops. My bad.
These crazy syndicates that you see all over the place that kind of emerge online. We never do any of that shit. It's just a slow and steady realization of my goal. You know, that's what the whole motto, not one step back, is. Slow, steady realization towards a goal. Is that confirmed, Spencer, in the SPLC? I mean, I've heard him talk about it, and he's named some names, so it seems that he understands that there was some of that at least going on, but I heavily suspect it, yes.
I mean, when you know the other people who are on payroll, how do you know that? Right? Like, come on.
Brian helped you. Brian got a lot of good stuff out, but I still think that I would have, honestly. I don't think that that's arrogance. I think that the message's time has come. No diss to Brian. I mean, I've always liked going on the Whatever podcast, and I do think that it was super helpful to my career. Don't get me wrong. I just think I would have gotten where I was going anyway.
Damn, I want to smoke too.
Maybe just taken longer, right? Aren't thou inclined to rekindle thy talk with Josiah? What talk? What are you talking about? There are actual records.
Thanks, guys. So sweet.
Of the history with your black ex-wife, according. Yeah. Really harping on that, huh?
Andrew, like, who's Josiah?
Black ex-wife. My black ex-wife. People worrying about shit that nobody cares about. No, I think that the relationship with the Whatever podcast was good, and still is, by the way. Hey, Andrew, appreciate the content. Quick question: what is the manosphere? That's depends on who you ask. What I would say the manosphere is a sort of a loose streaming syndicate. They're not all even particularly invested in each other or have the same messaging, but it's basically you could consider it pro-male content or pro-masculinity content. I would say that that's broadly what the manosphere is referring to. You know, not being ashamed that guns are cool, stuff like that. I think that that's all kind of involved in what you would call the manosphere. I think that people like to take a narrow approach so that they can strawman the positions by taking the worst of the content creators with the most incoherent messages and say that's what the manosphere is. And I think that that's a huge mistake. What up, Smokey Man? What up, Sergeant?
Dude, Andrew Wilson doesn't know what he's talking about, okay? I just talked to Richard Spencer for 10 minutes, and the manosphere represents a bee slaving away for the queen and then getting his head ripped off because of hypergamy. It's very clear to anybody who is an actual intellect, okay?
Need another Andrew versus Captain Terry. What is that guy's name? Tazariak? I think it's Tazariak. Keep hearing that Dave Rubin got wrecked by Parker in a recent debate. What are your thoughts? I don't know. I don't watch anything that has Dave Rubin in it. I can't stand him. I literally can't stand the guy. Just hearing him talk is annoying. Very weird behavior from Richard there. He may not have had his usual good melted Swiss cheese and roasted mushroom caramelized onion burger.
If he's just watching or responding to super chats, I thought that they were in the same room and they would be doing like a post-debate fucking, conversation or whatever, effectively, talking about it. I'm sure we could still get positive stuff out of it, but I don't want to go coal mining right now. I'd rather, since we have like a 1 p.m. One-on-one, I would rather just move into the next content. So if I had to summarize this, it's cathartic to see Richard Spencer call Andrew Wilson the F slur, but at the same time, like, I think that Richard Spencer himself was being unreasonable. What I mean by that is that debate bros want to debate. They don't want to sit there and wax philosophical about your personal musings on existence and life and hypergamy and all that kind of bullshit. They want to say something, then they want you to say something. Then you say something, and then they say something. They want to throw elbows. They want to get into effectively a verbal fist fight, and then they want to keep it moving. You know, they don't want to have to sit there and listen to your personal treatise on fucking sex and hypergamy and the material conditions and post-World War II America, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that while I'm long-winded myself, brevity is the soul of wit, and therefore Richard Spencer should have known that he was getting into a debate. He should have written his philosophy into as few short sentences as he possibly could, presented those as quickly as he possibly could have, and then gotten into the debate, and then used the debate as a platform with which to maximize his rhetorical spurging with evidentiary support. I think by calling him the F slur, I think by not agreeing to the format, I think by being so antagonistic that you were willing to blow up the conversation, we, as Twitch and YouTube politics, were unfortunately denied what could have been an interesting debating conversation. So that kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Anyways, let's move on. I want to do GDF Zionism. And the reason why I want to do that isn't because Doobie is in my ear. It's because I actually enjoyed GDF's video essay about the Iraq War. Because I think that the Iraq War or whatever was effectively like a documentary that I 70% agreed with. But it was not like, there were some lies of omission in there that I was not a fan of. And so it could be ignorance. It also could be lefty fucking propaganda posing as a informational and objective documentary, when in actuality, it's just reinforcing the worldview of America bad, Israel bad. So if we did take a look at the Iraq one and had a good time, today is Thursday, so I kind of promised that I was going to start doing like geopoll, more serious shit on Thursdays. I think a comparison of Nazism and Zionism by a leftist history nerd is exactly the kind of shit that I would love to do on Thursday. Because what we can do is not only can we talk about serious topics, but we can also try to shred them if they're being pieces of shit and forwarding a dog shit narrative. So, let me do a little intro. Let's get cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. There is a video essayist on the internet called Gdf. He's been described to me as like a lefty, America bad, Israel bad video essayist. And we watched his Iraq documentary, and I actually thought it was utterly fascinating. I really did. And it was utterly fascinating because not only was I able to talk about serious topics, but I was also able to add enriching perspectives that I think further the narrative and make his already interesting analysis even more complex. So we're going to be taking a look at a video essay that he created. It's called Nazism and Zionism. We're going to see if we can rip this shit apart. Let's take a look.
In 1995, Ze'ev Sternhell, then the Leon Blum Chair of Political Science at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, published The Founding Myths of Israel, Nationalism, Socialism, and the Making of the Jewish State. The English edition was published in 1998. The book primarily delves into the history of the labor movement in the Yishuv, the pre-1948 Jewish community in Palestine before the State of Israel was founded. The book details how David Ben-Gurion, the future prime minister, shrewdly consolidated power and came to dominate the labor movement, which would rule the State of Israel for 4 decades. It was the labor movement, in Sternhell's opinion, which upheld a facade of a frugal, pioneering kibbutz society. As Ben-Gurion described the kibbutz in March 1936, the kibbutz is the Jewish form of settlement par excellence. No form of colonization could be more Zionistic. There is nothing like it. The kibbutzim, and additionally moshavim, were the collective agricultural settlements that dotted the frontiers of the yishuv. From the beginning, the kibbutz had a special place in the Zionist ethos. The weapon-bearing farmers were an outstanding symbol of the land's conquest. Indeed, for the Zionist movement, collective settlement was proof of the labor movement's practical capabilities. Was anyone comparable, as an example of Zionist values, to the farmer soldiers of the newly founded kibbutzim? However, the idealizing of the settlers in the kibbutzim was a means of raising funds for the Zionist project, and veiled the existence of a burgeoning capitalist, highly urbanized, and economically disparate society.
This was a struggle within the Jewish community. All right. So this narrativization is already annoying me. It's not because it's how do I phrase this? How do I phrase this? There were truly believing socialists in a Marxist sense and in a pre-Marxian sense in the early foundations of Israel. And so, once again, I feel like I should map this. Pre-Marxian socialism is recognizing that capitalism can be oppressive to the proletarian class, and therefore it is the moral desire to emancipate humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. Okay? That's the broadest and most general definition of socialism that you could possibly come up with. And then Marx specifically argued, compellingly, to a bunch of schizoids in the mid-19th and early 20th century, that the way to achieve the emancipation of the human species from the oppressions of capitalism was through decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. So there were a whole host of revolutions that happened in the late 19th and early 20th century in the name of Marxian socialism. But I think you guys all know that if you have 3 Jews in a room, there's 5 opinions. I've said that joke a dozen times to Jewish people's faces because they laugh and acknowledge that it's true. Jewish people are typically, stereotypically, very thoughtful, very critical, very self-aware people who, while they may have a very strong opinion about the way that they personally hold a worldview, they also like to consider opposing worldviews in order to sharpen their own argumentation. It's just a cultural fucking trope that if you have 3 Jews in a room, not only are they going to be fighting about their personally held opinions, they're also going to be forwarding opinions that are not even in the room so they can increase the depth of the argumentation. Okay? So anyways, you say Jesus, Connor, what? What? Find me a Jew who disagrees with me in the fucking chat. I don't even think they disagree with me. That fucking Jews like to hone their argumentation stereotypically. Anyways, so in early 20th century Palestine, when the Zionists are settling the territory, it was truly a fight between capitalist and mixed economy capitalist Jews who felt like the kibbutzim were Patriarch simply says, I disagree. Okay, anyway, yeah, do you want to share your opinion? Would you like to share your opinion, and then maybe you would like to share an alternate opinion that you think might be valid? Would you like to steel man 2 or 3 opinions at once, Patriarch, so you can prove my opinion wrong? All right. Anyways, that's a pretty funny comment. So the point is that there were capitalists in the Jewish society who were arguing that the valorization of the kibbutzim and the socialized proletarian model was actually holding back the development of early Israel. And so they were passionately advocating for a more entrepreneurial, private market, mixed economy capitalist system. So this whole thing is basically saying like, oh, well, there was all these like secret capitalists who were sneaking in the vileness of capitalist, what would you say? Like capital investment and, industry and all this fucking like anti-socialist kibbutzim bullshit. But if you talk to the fucking early settlers of fucking Israel, they would acknowledge that they were doing so openly. How is it a fucking sneaky conspiracy theory to get industry and capital into early Israel if they're doing so openly and they're openly criticizing the kibbutzim for being a fucking socialist LARP? Anyways, Patriarch ironically says, what did he say? It was kind of funny. He's like, no, I actually wouldn't like to forward 3 opinions. All right, I'm sorry. Whenever we talk about the Jews, describing stereotypical behavior and being anti-Semitic is going to be like a fine line that we must tightrope and dance across. So if you think that I'm saying anything that's untrue, I would appreciate you challenging me in the comments. But let's continue.
The kibbutz was a kind of magnificent showcase behind which a very different reality was taking shape. Agricultural communes were admired throughout the Jewish world. In its name, budgets were provided by the Zionist organization. Agricultural collectives were exhibited with great pride to all visitors from abroad.
I think we have a few Jews, Patriarch. You don't have to feel singled out. There's Talibots is a Zionist Jew living in the United States. I'm trying to think of it. Eli Gray is Jewish. Eli Gray, Talibots. I swear to God, there's another few like open, proud Jews in chat. So you don't have to answer.
And all of them, Jews and non-Jews, socialists and members of the European nobility, were thrilled and excited at the sight of the egalitarian utopia coming to life in the land of the Bible. However, on the eve of independence, at the end of 1947, in a general population of more than 600,000 Jews, only some 24,000 lived in kibbutzim. The kibbutzim and moshavim, this is an embarrassing truth for all those for whom the kibbutz was a raison d'etre for an entire existence, were not a means to a social revolution, but tools in forging national sovereignty. The fiction of collective ownership achieved the classic aims of nationalist socialism, the elimination of class friction, the strengthening of national solidarity, and the creation of a sense of responsibility for the national economy among workers. Hey everyone, GDF here. If you want to support me, consider becoming a patron to watch exclusive videos that aren't up on YouTube, and you can join the Discord server there. Also, I accept donations. And here Sternhell introduces a term with the intent to explain the Zionist movement's synthesis of 2 seemingly contradictory ideologies. Nationalist socialism, properly understood, appeared in Europe in the last years of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th as an alternative to both Marxism and liberalism. I have used the term nationalist socialism, despite the fact that it does not figure in an American dictionary, where the more usual term national socialism is preferred. But National Socialism, which was commonly used at the beginning of the 20th century, has been contaminated by its association with the Nazis. An enlightening history of the development of Zionism as a form of nationalist socialism can be found in David Ben-Gurion's Evolving Language. Indeed, Zionism was just one of a number of examples of nationalist socialism, where, strictly speaking, the equality and welfare of society is cast aside in favor of furthering national aims.
God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. So, I have drawn this before. I'm going to draw this again. Fucking hell, dude. So, let's do pre-Marxian socialism. I don't even know if my drawing's going to work. Anonymous chatter for $5 says, hope we get off oil soon so Americans can take their rightful place as the top arslers that know absolutely zero world history, including our own. Yeah, that'd be best. So, hold up. So, pre-Marxian socialism, literally, I said this to Ogre Boy, and I said this to Swoletariat, who are two of the most annoying, long-winded fucking socialists that I know. And I would say pre-Marxian socialism is the attempt to emancipate, parentheses, make free, humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. Common criticisms include unfair class dynamics between owners and workers, workers needing to work in order to make less than subsistence wages, private security forces and government forces used to disrupt and beat any attempts at unionization or dignified work negotiations. I'm trying to think of what else. Workers need to work in order to make less than subsistence wages. Private security enforcement. Decommodification of basic human need is food, water, and shelter being free. And then workers owning the means of production. I think that's fine. Disproportionate wealth and capital being directed to the upper classes of society who already have obscene levels of wealth. Okay? I would say that this is like pre-Marxian. All right? And then what I would say is Marxist socialism hold on. Wait a minute. Decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, leading eventually to an egalitarian global society that has no money, no state, and no class. So, not every Marxist wants to achieve communism as defined as a moneyless, stateless, classless society. Many Marxists simply want decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. That means food, water, and shelter are free so that you are not oppressed by material circumstance to trade labor for survival. In this sense, you have been freed from the oppression of capital. Sorry, my nose is itchy. I promise you I'm not doing cocaine. I swear. Workers owning the means of production can be done in a variety of ways. MLs believe that you can do so through state command control. Market socialists believe the state should enforce personal ownership of stake in economic institutions. But regardless of mechanism, the state with a gun often not even often, necessarily enforces both decommodification and worker ownership. Okay, so we still have two more to go. National Socialism and, Zionist nationalist socialism. But for the sake of flow, I'm going to let this guy continue to talk. And I think his conflation is actually incredibly frustrating because he's obviously smart enough to contend with the topics, but he's not smart enough in order to differentiate this shit. All right, let me read a few chats before we move because I just want to make sure that people are still here or still tracking the concept. Ollie says, Connor, don't forget the most important concept of alienation of the product of labor. It's basically the link between the first column and the second. Sure, but I don't, alienation is a description of like the current oppression of capitalism, not necessarily what like socialism is trying to achieve. So I think it's a good insight, but I don't know necessarily if that's like a priority of me, what I'm trying to communicate to you guys. Bill Graham Jr. was in Belarus courting Alexander Lukashenko to spread evangelicism there. That's cool. Don't you love Christian nationalism? Blend into the background. Let me help. There was blue genocide. No, this was supposed to be an anti-Israel segment. No. Jonah, take cover. Oh, yeah. Let me kill Jonah real quick. There we go. There you go. Jonah. All right. Just sharing for anybody who's joined. Okay. What happened was, I think we need a community reset. I think that I have used blue status as a mod in order to denote COG veterans, and I'm proud of you and I love you for doing so. But what's happened is effectively it's become a circular firing squad where everybody is bitching about their fucking, oh, I don't want to deal with this person and I don't want to deal with that person. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. I will demod you. And if you don't want to see Doobie, if you don't want to see Officer Nasty, if you don't want to see fucking, I don't know, Hearshot, if you don't want to see Fatsimo or anything like that, then guess what? You don't have to anymore. You can literally go up to your shit. You can click on their button. You can mute them or block them. And then the only time that you're going to have to hear from them is when they're doing a super chat. Okay, I have emancipated you from the oppression of modding. Okay, so the only people who are going to be mods going forward are people who are okay. Oh, hi Fatsimo. Let me fucking kill you too. Here we go. So the only people who are going to be mods going forward are people who do not give a fuck about seeing the shitty opinions of people they don't like. If you care about seeing the shitty opinions of people you don't like, you should not be a mod. You should be a chatter, and you should be fucking enjoying yourself. All right? And then what I would say is if you are incapable of seeing people's opinions who you don't like, and you want veteran status, then you should become a member. Donate $3 a month on Counterpoints Politics. Donate $5 a month on Valor Media Network. You can have a little green name and you can show off that you're a veteran of the channel. But like I said, it's not your fault, Jonah. This is a mass punishment. This is for everybody. I am the only blue people are going to be people who truly want to mod. And if you don't want to mod, then you shouldn't be blue. Check out Chill Chat real quick. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to. But I'm gonna keep rolling with the content, and I'm gonna get back into I'm gonna get back into writing up what socialism is real quick. Loskamaiko says, what if I'm not okay with it but won't do anything about it now or bitch about it? Too late. You're not a mod. So, sorry, Loskamaikos. If you want to be a veteran, become a member. Let's continue.
It is in this atmosphere where Ben-Gurion can declare that class interests are identical with national interests, and where he could advance his ambition that the Yishuv be transformed from a working class into a working nation. Ben-Gurion summarized his nationalist-socialist principles as follows. Our movement has always had the socialistic idea that the party of the working class, unlike the parties of other classes, is not only a class party solely concerned with matters affecting the class, but a national party responsible for the future of the entire people. He later condemned the class concept that obscures the national character of our movement. An early contribution to modern Zionism were the writings of Moses Hess, a German Jew from Bonn. He became deeply involved in radical German politics by the mid-19th century. Naturally, he became acquainted with Marx and Engels, though by the publishing of the Communist Manifesto, Hess had fallen out with the pair. In 1862, he published Rome and Jerusalem. Judaism as a nationality has a natural basis which cannot be set aside by mere conversion to another faith, as is the case in other religions. A Jew belongs to his race, and consequently also to Judaism, in spite of the fact that he or his ancestors have become apostates. The converted Jew remains a Jew, no matter how much he objects to it. This was apparently the first instance of a Jew making an explicit statement that Jews were a race, and in the age of proto-Zionism and later the modern Zionist movement, the established orthodoxy among many mainstream European thinkers was that nationhood was characterized by racial or blood relation. Indeed, the 19th century marked the dawn of European nationalism, and it was in this context that the modern Zionist movement emerged. Ze'ev Vladimir Jabotinsky was not a labor Zionist. He led the right flank of the Zionist movement known as revisionist Zionism, which spawned the Irgun and Stern Gang paramilitary groups.
Kosra says, brother, do you agree with him that Israel was socialist at those beginning years, or was it just a lot of Jews after the Holocaust coming together and working their asses off to build the foundation? No, there was a ton of pro-socialist propaganda in the early establishment of the State of Israel. So actually, one of the things that happened was that the United States, part of the reason why the United States had a very thawed, frigid, moderate, tepid relationship with Israel in the 1940s and 50s was because of their socialist roots and because of their socialist leadership. So for instance, when was Ben-Gurion prime minister? So Ben-Gurion, who the person that we are in like looking at right now, who was one of the socialist articulators of Jewish nationalist socialism versus German national socialism, he was the prime minister from 55 to 63. So the United States only engaged in Zionist favorable, like pro-Israeli diplomatic efforts after the death of John F. Kennedy and after the instatement of Lyndon Baines Johnson. So when did LBJ become president? 1963. So literally when Ben-Gurion stepped down was when LBJ fucking started like a rapprochement with Israel. When did Israel shift from a... Wait. Who was the last socialist prime minister of Israel? Ehud Barak was the last socialist prime minister of Israel. He served from July 1999 to 2001 as the leader of the Labor Party, which originated from the historic socialist Zionist movement and is a full member of the Socialist International. That doesn't quite line up with my narrative, lol. But let's take a look at socialist prime ministers of Israel. 6 prime ministers of Israel were affiliated with the Socialist Labor Party or its precursor Mapei: David Ben-Gurion, Moshe Sharet, Levi Eskol, Golda Meir, Yitzhak Rabin, and Shimon Peres. Oh, okay. So we should have just killed these people. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't want to kill them because they're Jewish. I want to kill them because they're socialist. Okay? To be clear, that could have come across anti-Semitic. I promise you it's not. It's anti-socialist. So hold on. David Ben-Gurion served from 48 to 54 and 55 to 63. He was the primary founder of the State of Israel and the Mapai Party, their version of the Labor Party, driving the initial socialist statist ideology and centralized planning. Moshe Sharet served from 54 to 55, a key Mapai Party member who served as the country's first foreign minister and briefly as prime minister. Okay, that person barely counts because they were prior to David Ben-Gurion. Levi Eshkol served from 63 to 69. He transitioned the socialist economy to focus on massive infrastructure projects like the National Water Carrier and led during the Six-Day War. Okay, I think that was part of the economic liberalization. Okay. Golda Meir served from 69 to 74, a dedicated labor Zionist. Her tenure included the turbulent period of the 73 Yom Kippur War. Yitzhak Rabin served from 1974 to 77 and 92 to 95. The first Israeli-born prime minister, he pivoted the country's left-wing direction towards a historic peace building and Oslo Accords before his assassination. Shimon Peres from 84 to 86 and 95 to 1996, a staunch architect of the Israeli Labor Party and the modern Israeli state. He took office following Rabin's death. All right. When did Israel shift to a market economy? Israel shifted to a market economy primarily in 1985 through the implementation of the Emergency Economic Stabilization Program. Faced with hyperinflation and economic collapse, the government instituted major free market reforms to reduce state involvement and liberalize the economy. Weird. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you actually listen to how would I say it? There's this book called Israel, the Startup Nation. And Israel, the Startup Nation, they basically chronologize in early Israel, like 1920s to 1950s, in 1950s to 1970s, the kind of like entrepreneurial spirit and market, what would you call it? Market innovation that drove the state of Israel into greatness. And so their narrativization, which might be like an Israeli capitalist cope, but I do think it's funny, is that the kibbutzim and the socialist prime ministers of Israel, even though apparently there's like 5 of them, and they ruled apparently a majority of the nation state of Israel's time period, they were all fucking coping. And it was ultimately the market that was responsible for the dynamism of Israeli society. And so while the socialists and the collectivists and the command economy, Zionist Jews and Jewish leadership in Israel were in command of the economy, it was actually a hybridization and a opening up of the market that truly drove the development of Israel into the nation state that it is today. So it is interesting learning that Israel was infinitely more socialist than we had previously given them credit for. Although that does explain kind of like the on-off relationship that we had since Lyndon Baines Johnson. where there was simultaneously an attempt for Israel and the United States to like get along, and for the United States to be a sponsor of the state of Israel and provide them with security technology and all that kind of stuff. But also, like, you can go back and you can find quotes from Richard Nixon, and you can find quotes from Lyndon Baines Johnson and John F. Kennedy, and you can find quotes from Ronald Reagan that while endorsing of the Zionist project, were still quite critical of the state of Israel. So that is interesting. All right, Beef has to go to lunch with the owner of the company. Well, good luck. I hope you charm his pants off. So anyways, this is curious. I am learning new things.
Hailing from Odessa, he was a veteran of the First World War, co-founding the Jewish Legion of the British Army. From his revisionist movement came the ideological successors of Herut and later the Likud party. A few years ago, I asked myself, where does our deep-rooted feeling of national self-identity originate? I studied this question in depth and answered, in the blood. The feeling of national self-identity is ingrained in the man's blood, in his physical racial type, and only in it. Preservation of national identity is possible only under conditions where racial purity is preserved, and for that, we need a territory of our own in which our people will be the decisive majority. The famed philosopher Martin Buber was an early supporter of Theodor Herzl and the Zionist movement, though he later struggled with the concept of a Jewish state. For a period, he was editor of Die Welt, the flagship newspaper of the Zionist movement. In 1977, Bernard Susser wrote, for Political Theory, of the parallels between Buber's work and the various romantic, Volkish, elitist, and irrationalist currents that later fed the flood tide of National Socialism. Nowhere was this multivalence more strikingly in evidence than when the Nazis cited Buber in support of their racial theories. Buber interprets Judaism in typically Volkish manner. He locates the heart of Jewish identity in the community of blood, Gemeinschaft seines Blutes. Indeed, Martin Buber's writings were cited by none other than Dr. Hans Friedrich Karl Gunther, a prominent racial theorist in the Third Reich. A worthy and evident solution of the Jewish question lies in the separation of the Jews from the Gentiles, that withdrawing of the Jews from the Gentile nations, which Zionism seeks to bring about. Within the European peoples, whose racial compositions is quite other than that of the Jews, these latter have the effect, to quote the Jewish writer Buber, of a wedge driven by Asia into the European structure, a thing of ferment and disturbance.
So, Jewish ethno-nationalist political corporatists, if I'm understanding what this guy is saying, lent Germans the language they needed in order to separate Jews out as a separate race, and therefore deserving of expulsion and probably ultimately extermination. Which is interesting, because effectively you have nationalism in the early 20th century is the belief that we could identify a people, particularly with like ethnos, language, and religion. We could identify a common people who shared a common cultural history. And so as a result, any polity that incorporates multiple ethno-linguistic religious groups is actually a synthetic construction that is inherently weaker than the constructions that are based upon ethno-linguistic religious coherence. And so effectively what I think this guy is arguing, or the argument that I'm inferring from this, is that ethno-linguistic religious separatists and nationalists from the Zionist identity group actually lent the German Nazis the ammunition they needed to justify separation from the Jewish people, and therefore the Jews being deserving of expulsion and extermination. That's interesting. That is interesting. This is part of the reason why I'm not an ethno-religious linguistic nationalist. Because if we were to take the same rationale and apply it to America, then Northern European whites who speak English and who are majority Protestant, but some of them might be Catholic, they should be in their own ethno-religious linguistic polity. And Africans who might have converted to Christianity because they were forced to, but they have a separate ethno-religious cultural heritage that was destroyed through the institution of slavery, but have developed parallel to Northern European English-speaking Christianity. They should be in their own polities. And, so same thing for the Jews, same thing for the Hispanics. Like, these ethno-religious, cultural, racial, linguistic separations, mean that we should live in communities of raw coherence. And I think that's kind of like, I understand the motivation behind it. You go to the park, you hear somebody speaking in Spanish, and you're kind of like, God damn it. Like, can you speak in English so I know you're not shit-talking me? Or you go to the store and a black person is complaining to a manager, and you're like, God damn it. Like, is this a reasonable complaint, or are you freaking out about something? Like, obviously there's like subconscious and conscious racial animuses that can hit us, where we can be racist or prejudiced or bigoted against various groups. But should we allow those temporary inconveniences of psychology allow us to delineate each other to the point that we no longer consider each other American? And my answer is no. If you're a Mexican American and you love fucking quinceañeras and booze and fucking, all that fucking happy fucking Hispanic music bullshit, good for you. If you're a fucking black person and have you guys seen the watermelon thing, by the way? No, it's pineapple. Is it pineapple? There are people, what is it? The pineapple slice challenge. Pineapple Kool-Aid slice challenge. Pineapple Kool-Aid jar. There's this thing that I'll just say it's disproportionately hitting the black community the way that crack cocaine did in the 1980s. There are a ton of TikToks where pineapple slices are being put into a Kool-Aid juice mix, and then people are eating these and are going into diabetic fucking shock. Okay? And this is of course, white people are doing it. Some Hispanic people are doing it. But it's disproportionately hitting the black community. Okay? If you want to do this, where you drink or you eat pineapple slices dunked in fucking Kool-Aid juice and put yourself in diabetic shock, I think you're a fucking dipshit. But good for you. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, these differences are not things that we should be drawing ethno-religious, linguistic, racial separations about. Okay? These are not things that we should be inviting fucking civil war over. Yeah, I hate this. Sorry, black folk. I'm going to throw a little elbow, okay? I love you. I love you so much. To all my black viewers, I love you so much. Hot Cheeto wings. I'm not going to say these don't look fucking delicious, but I think that if I actually tried to eat this, I might physically fucking die. Okay? So what people are doing is they're taking wings, they're covering them in like buffalo sauce, like fucking mixed up with butter, and then they're throwing them in bags of flaming hot Cheetos and whipping them around. So if I took a bite of this, my brain would enjoy the sensation in my mouth. But if I swallowed this, I think I would die. Yes. Yeah, you were like, I was memeing, I didn't know this was a thing. No, it's a thing. It's a thing. Yes. Yes. Anyways, I'm sorry for going on a mildly racist fucking detour into pineapple Kool-Aid slices and fucking hot wings covered in flaming hot Cheeto dust. But the point is, I don't think that we should be segregating along ethno-religious, racial lines based off of these separations. Okay? Some people are really enjoying it. And some people hate it with their entire fucking fiber of their being. So anyways, continuing.
Beginning in 1908, Arthur Rupin directed the Palestine office of the Zionist Executive, later the Jewish Agency for Israel. His role in the colonization...
Oh, shit. Anonymous Chatter says, I don't know who needs to tell Connor this, but buffalo sauce is just Tabasco and butter. That makes a shitload of sense.
...of Palestine can't be overstated, as he's considered the father of the Zionist national settlement. As described by Shlomo Sand, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Rupin was to Zionist colonization what Herzl was for the organized national movement. Rupin has additionally been described as the father of Israeli sociology. He was appointed lecturer in the sociology of the Jews at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. His contacts included Dr. Hans Gunther, who he traveled to Germany to visit in 1933 after Adolf Hitler's ascent as Chancellor of Germany. A diary entry read, "On August 11th, I went to Jena to see Professor Gunther, the founder of the National Socialist Racial Theory. We talked for 2 hours. Gunther was very affable. He argued that he had no copyright on the concept of Aryanism and agreed with me that the Jews are not inferior, only different, and that the problem must be resolved fairly." Rupin's contact with Gunther continued until as late as 1939, years after the Nuremberg Laws, but before the Holocaust, after which Rupin had ceased all connections with him. On a related note, in their efforts to justify the Nuremberg Laws, the Nazis published a pamphlet entitled Why the Aryan Law? A Contribution to the Jewish Question, which summarized the Aryan Law and argued in favor of its beneficial effects. In this 54-page pamphlet designed for mass distribution, the literary agents who wrote the pamphlet quoted Rupin extensively. We can easily observe in the pamphlet how the concept of immutable racial characteristics of Jews had been used to justify their persecution. The Jews are one race, and baptism does not wipe away alien racial characteristics that are repugnant to the German people. Arthur Rupin also directed the absorption of German Jewish immigrants, along with their possessions, as part of the transfer agreement secured between the Zionist leaders and Nazi Germany. Between 1933 and 1941, the agreement secured the immigration of some 55,000 German Jews to Palestine, along with their personal wealth, with the German state taking a percentage, breaking an international boycott. If in terms of German Jewry's wealth, the transfer agreement was by no means decisive, it was crucial to Palestinian Zionism. Some 60% of all capital invested in Palestine between August 1933 and September 1939 was channeled through the agreement with the Nazis. Their capital generated a boom, giving Palestine a wholly artificial prosperity in the midst of the worldwide depression. The fact is that Hitler's third...
Okay, this is why I don't like quotes presented without commentary. Because it wasn't wholly fucking artificial, was it? This is one of the things that annoys the fucking piss out of me. So what was it? Is it an estimated 6 million Jews were wiped out? I want to be very descriptive about what's happening here. Sorry, let me sneeze. Excuse me. I want to be very descriptive about what happened here. The Germans already had a plan to racially segregate ghettoize, dispossess, and eventually, maybe they didn't plan on eliminating the Jews at this point, but hold on. There were quotes from prominent German figures about how the liquidation of German Jewry was necessary all the way back in the 1930s. So even if they weren't in full-blown genocide at the time, the liquidation of the Jewish people was always a consideration. Like, actually just like slaughtering them was always a consideration. And so, in this scenario, what happened was the Germans said, well, we could deport Jews while simultaneously taking a sizable chunk of their wealth, and we can deport them to Israel. So really, two birds in one stone. We get a shitload of confiscated wealth. The Jews give up claim to all of their properties inside Germany, and the wealthy and powerful ones get to be deported to a foreign country with no hopes to return to Germany. And 55,000 out of 6 million is spit in the fucking ocean. Okay? I want you to think about that real quick. I know humans are not good with numbers, but 6 million divided by 55,000, that means that out of 1% of the European Jewish population, less than 1%, by the way, it's probably like 0.75%. 1 divided by 109. 0.92% of the Jewish population was saved through this program. 0.92% of German Jews or European Jews who would have been liquidated were spared as a result of giving up their wealth to the German state. So hold up. How much did Germans tax Jews who were allowed to leave Germany for Israel? 96%. The Reich flight tax, originally implemented in 1931 to prevent capital flight, the Nazis modified this into an instrument of persecution. Immigrants were taxed 25% on their total domestic assets. An emigration restriction tightened. The Nazis adjusted the threshold until it applied to nearly all Jews liquidating their property. Immigrants were heavily penalized during asset transfers. The vast majority of the remaining funds were forced into blocked accounts at the Reichsbank, from which they were only able to convert a small dwindling fraction into foreign currency at steep discounts. For Jews immigrating specifically to Palestine, then under British mandate, a special economic arrangement known as the Havara Agreement was established. This agreement allowed immigrants to transfer a portion of their blocked assets by purchasing German goods, which were then exported to Palestine and sold. While it provided an escape route, it was highly punitive. Under the arrangement, immigrants surrendered large percentages of their fortunes, often losing over half of their assets to communal Zionist and German economic development funds before reaching their destination. The cumulative impact of these systemic financial policies meant by the mid-1930s, the vast majority of Jewish refugees were forced to leave the country with only a tiny fraction of their net worth, often reducing them to a total destitution upon arrival. So effectively, in my opinion, this guy is not wrong. Okay? I'm not saying he's wrong in that a vast amount of Palestinian economic boom amongst Zionists was as a result of European emigration. Okay, that's not an incorrect statement. But what I wish he amended into this statement is the fact at minimum 25% of the wealth was confiscated. Minimum. I want you to hear minimum. Then they were transferred to banks where the assets were frozen, and then those assets had to specifically purchase German goods to be exported to Palestine. So effectively, the Nazis said, oh, you're worth, let's say you're worth $10 million in Germany, okay? We are going to tax you 25%. So we're taking $2,500,000 in cash. And then out of the remaining $7,500,000, you must purchase German goods, boosting the Nazi economy, and then those goods will be exported to Israel alongside your emigration. So when you show up, let's say that is the, let's say that like they universally followed that policy. Obviously, I'm sure there's rich people who escaped with more money and there's poor people who escaped with less money, excuse me. But let's say that you started with $10 million worth of worth, and then you were 96% of it was expropriated through this program. You would arrive in Israel with $400,000. Now, $400,000 and your life is nothing to shake a stick at. So I'm sure there's plenty of like wealthy German Jews who felt blessed to have escaped Nazi Germany under these conditions and leave with their lives. I'm sure there's plenty of German Jews, or not German Jews, German Jews who escaped to Palestine who were thankful that they were able to do so. But I'll point out again that this only applied to the ultra rich of European Jewry, and 99.1% of Jews were wiped out after this program lasted from 33 to 39. So once again, this video essayist tells facts that I think could lead you to an anti-Zionist conclusion. But I think what's being omitted from the narrative is also scary or frustrating. Well, QC John can get his mod back at any time. He just needs to tell me that he is willing to ignore chatters that he finds annoying. That's literally it. The prerequisite for being a mod is actually wanting to be a moderator, meaning that you will take out people and you do not care about seeing opinions that are frustrating to you. So, well, QC John, if you say, as chaplain of the COG, I don't give a fuck about seeing people's shitty opinions, please give me my wrench, I, of course, am going to give you the wrench.
Third Reich did more than any other government during the 1930s to support Zionist development in Palestine. Indeed, Rupin was hostile to a boycott on Germany, not only through his central...
It's not about complaining. I just want him to fucking actually moderate, right? Actually moderate. Okay, Jonah, are you okay seeing fucking people's dog shit opinions? If you are okay seeing people's dog shit opinions, I will give you your wrench.
...role in the so-called Havara Agreement. In 1933, a planned London boycott conference never came to fruition. A Gestapo spy named Dr. Reichert, undercover as a journalist for a German paper, revealed in a dispatch to his superiors in Germany, London boycott conference was torpedoed from Tel Aviv because the head of the transfer in Palestine, referring to Arthur Rupin, in close contact with consulate in Jerusalem, sent cables to London. It was after a Dutch communist set fire to the Reichstag in February 1933 that Hitler declared his war on communism.
Die Brandstiftung des Reichstagsgebäudes als missglückter Versuch einer groß angelegten Aktion ist nur ein Zeichen dessen, was Europa vom Siege dieser teuflischen Lehre der Zerstörung zu erwarten hätte. Es wird die oberste Aufgabe der nationalen Regierung sein, diese Erscheinung nicht nur im Interesse Deutschlands, sondern auch des übrigen Europas in unserem Lande restlos auszurotten und zu beseitigen. Sie wird nicht die Erkenntnis aus dem Auge verlieren, dass es sich dabei nicht nur um das negative Problem der Bekämpfung dieser Lehre und ihrer Organisationen handelt, sondern um die Durchführung der positiven Aufgabe der Gewinnung des deutschen Arbeiters für den Nationalstaat. Nur die Herstellung einer wirklichen Volksgemeinschaft, die sich über die Interessen und Gegensätze der Stände und Klassen erhebt, vermag allein auf die Dauer dieser Verirrung des menschlichen Geistes den Nährboden zu entziehen. Blut und Rasse werden wieder zur Quelle der künstlerischen Intuition.
Listening to the speech on the radio was Arthur Rupin, who wrote in his diary 2 days later, "I heard on the radio Hitler's speech in the Reichstag. It was a much better speech than all his election speeches, full of content, interesting, fascinating." In June of 1933, the Zionist Federation of Germany published an address to the new German state, which read in part, "Our acknowledgement of Jewish nationality provides for a clear and sincere relationship to the German people and its national and racial realities, precisely because we do not wish to falsify these fundamentals, because we too are against mixed marriage and for maintaining the purity of the Jewish group and reject any trespasses of the cultural domain. We, having been brought up in the German language and German culture, can show an interest in the works and values of German culture with admiration and internal sympathy. As for their solution to the Jewish question, Zionism wishes to shape Jewish immigration to Palestine in such a way that a reduction of pressure on the Jewish position in Germany will result. Additionally,
I know this might seem damning to hear a Jewish ethno-nationalist praying for the emigration of European Jews into Palestine, but I want you to think, put yourself in his shoes real quick. You're in the early 20th century. Your ethno-religious group is being vilified and separated from European society, and it's increasingly appearing that your options are emigration, E-M-I-G-R-A-T-I-O-N, leaving someplace, emigration, or elimination. Those are your options. So I understand you can vilify like ethno-religious fucking sentiment, but ethno-religious sentiment is incredibly common internationally. And so I feel like this is an attempted vilification of Zionism and therefore the nation state of Israel as a whole, because there are Jewish identitarians who were responsible for the formation of the state of Israel. But I think there's going to be some conflations between National Socialism and nationalist socialism in the Jewish state. So I'll be pointing out those differences as we continue.
boycott propaganda, such as is currently being carried out against Germany in many ways, is in essence un-Zionist because Zionism wants not to do battle, but to convince and to build. Indeed, these German Zionists, brought up in German culture, as they put it, invoked the concept of racial purity, an area of focus of Richard Walter Dare, Minister of Food and Agriculture and author of A New Nobility of Blood and Soil, where he alleged that the Germanic nobleman derived his origin from a divine ancestor whose blood, in other words, genetic material, had to be passed on by the descendants to the offspring in the purest possible form. As described by Israeli geneticist Raphael Fock, author of Zionism and the Biology of the Jews, borrowing from the Romantic European nationalist movements, political Zionism grounded the Jewish diaspora socio-cultural religious concept not on the traditional blood and God, which defer the return to the homeland indefinitely until the coming of the Messiah, but rather on the European notion of blood and soil. Ironically, Zionists thus accepted an ancient anti-Semitic notion that the anomaly of the Jews is inherent in the dissociation of their blood from their soil, elaborated on numberless times by the towering figure of Arthur Rupin. Yet another example, I wish to establish the right of the Jews to come to Palestine not on the basis of some political agreement or concession, but rather on the historical and racial link to the land of Israel. It was none other than Reinhard Heydrich, who wrote in a May 1935 article for Das Schwarze Korps, the official organ of the SS, "The Zionists profess a strictly racial concept and, through emigration to Palestine, they help to build their own Jewish state. Our good wishes and our official goodwill go with them." Heydrich, as chief of the Reich Security Main Office.
Okay, hold on. I need to find this video because I know it's shocking to some people, but what's that British documentarian who's very famous for being like mild-mannered while dealing with extreme people? British British documentary guy. It's Louis Theroux. Louis Theroux, racist clip, South Africa. God, where is it? Is this it?
You English did it more than the Boers. Kids in the same school, so war situation and they just need leading and guidance.
I'm Louis. Nice to meet you. Do the family have to wear khakis? Is that in the rules?
That is military.
That's military.
Because we're in a war situation in
Marty's not wearing them.
That was
Louis Theroux, you just ate with a racist. God, there's this hilarious clip. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it is funny as fuck. And so I'll try to find it at some point. But Louis Theroux, it really looks similar to this, but I don't know if it's in here. But basically, Louis Theroux is hanging out with a white separatist nationalist, a white supremacist in South Africa. And he gets done eating a lunch with a local black leader. And Louis Theroux is fucking blown away. He's totally blown away. He's like, I thought you were a racist. I thought you were a supremacist. Why are you having a lunch with a local black leader? And the fucking, the white supremacist guy is not fazed at all. And he goes, oh, he's racist too. And so it turns out that you can be 100% racist as shit, even like talk vile amounts of shit about rival races. But as long as you and the leadership who are of the rival races agree that you should segregate, you can actually have an incredibly positive relationship. It's a fucking wild clip. Oh, no, this is it. This is it. So here we go.
because I am
Eddie,
Yes,
if
sir.
you by your own
All right, hold on. I think this is unironically the clip.
in the same school. Sorry, Louis, we're going to
Really?
talk straight. Yes,
Really?
they firmly believe it. They
you
believe.
say they know you're a racist?
Yes, for sure.
These
For-
people?
For sure.
Eddie,
Yes,
if
sir.
you by your own assessment are a racist, right?
Yes,
Then
I
what
am.
are you doing here breaking bread with black people?
Because he's a racist as well. The black man is a worse racist than I am.
Really?
You better believe it. What do you think happened in Rwanda and Burundi, Louis?
Yeah.
Hey? Can I tell you? They did it to their own brothers. The Boers haven't done it. Let me tell you, wait. Let me
Yeah.
tell you. You English did it more than the Boers. You English killed more black
Yeah.
Aborigines in Australia than the Boers ever did. But we the polecats of the world. That's not right, Louis. We are here for Africa.
Yeah.
The British.
So why are you breaking bread with a racist? Oh, because he's racist as well. Oh my God. Hi, Eli. Just giving you a heads up. I'm unless people are moderators, I'm demodding everybody because basically I want people. The only moderators I want people who want to moderate, who are capable of dealing with opinions that they don't like, and that's it. Those are the only people I want to be moderators. Okay? And Khazra, because Khazra almost died.
Oversaw the Gestapo, Kripo, and the Sicherheitsdienst. Heydrich ordered the prohibition of speeches and activities which counseled Jews to remain in Germany. The SD encouraged Zionist propaganda and activities. In the summer of 1919, following the Great War, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson sent a commission to survey the Middle East following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. The commission, led by Henry Churchill King and Charles Richard Crane, would be called simply King Crane. The commissioners began their study of Zionism with minds predisposed in its favor, they wrote, but the actual facts in Palestine, coupled with the force of the general principles proclaimed by the Allies and accepted by the Syrians, have driven them to the recommendation here made. The world didn't learn of these recommendations for years, with the New York Times publishing their report only in December 1922. As William T. Ellis reacted to the information, the world is askew today because facts have been concealed or perverted. If in 1918 or 1919 the world had seen the international situation stripped of all camouflage, with every secret treaty opened and every national condition made clear, it would have insisted on a totally different outcome of events. As the King Crane Commission concluded about the Zionist movement, the Commission recognized that definite encouragement had been given to the Zionists by the Allies in Mr. Balfour's often quoted statement. If, however, the strict terms of the Balfour Statement are adhered to, favoring the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, it can hardly be doubted that the extreme Zionist program must be greatly modified. For a national home for the Jewish people is not equivalent to making Palestine into a Jewish state. Nor can the erection of such a Jewish state be accomplished without the gravest trespass upon the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. The fact came out repeatedly in the Commission's conference with Jewish representatives that the Zionists looked forward to a practically complete dispossession of the present non-Jewish inhabitants of Palestine by various forms of purchase. However, they ominously foresaw the natural outcome of this expropriation. No British officer, consulted by the commissioners, believed that the Zionist program could be carried out except by force of arms. Further, the commission were not compelled by Zionist claims to the entire land of Palestine. The initial claim, often submitted by Zionist representatives, that they have a right to Palestine based on an occupation of 2,000 years ago, can hardly be seriously considered. Perhaps Ze'ev Jabotinsky's most lasting legacy is his founding the doctrine of...
Interesting. Fashion 40 for $5 is, how many black mods do we have? Where's the representation at? I don't know. But you actually have to be interested in modding, and you can't be constantly fucking pussy aching about fucking Doobie and his opinions. Diminished Darknet for $20 is I'm straight for you. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. So, who's this fucking loser? Laugh my ass off. Connor nuked his career for Snark. I streamed to 50 to 150 people. I've made a decent amount of cash today. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking loser? These people are so fucking lame. They're so fucking lame. I seriously, like, do they want me to come talk shit about fucking Steven and all his sexual proclivities? Because one of the things that I found very interesting is if you go check the fucking Wick Cope stream last night, what was it? He was saying that J-Stock is immoral for sexually engaging with Sherry after it was determined that Sherry was criminally fucking insane. If that's true, how does he justify sexually engaging with Brit? It's the most obvious fucking self-goal on the goddamn planet. And I sent that to Wick, and I said, hey, I'd like to come on and ask Destiny this question. Destiny said no, which means he's too much of a fucking pussy to contend with his own fucking argumentation and his own hypocrisy. So if you guys want to think that my fucking argumentation is like predicated on popularity with a community outside of my own, eat a whole barrel of dicks. So anyways, let's continue.
Of the Iron Wall, building up great military capacity and maintaining a perpetual state of aggression. Jabotinsky was admittedly a revisionist on the right flank of the Zionist movement. However, his doctrine is, of course, the one that prevailed. In his foundational Iron Wall article from 1923, Jabotinsky laid out his vision. My readers have a general idea of the history of colonization in other countries. I suggest that they consider all the precedents with which they are acquainted, and see whether there is one solitary instance of any colonization being carried out with the consent of the native population. There is no such precedent. We may tell them whatever we like about the innocence of our aims, watering them down and sweetening them with honeyed words to make them palatable. But they know what we want, as well as we know what they do not want. Every native population in the world resists colonists as long as it has the slightest hope of being able to rid itself of the danger of being colonized. Zionist colonization must either stop or else proceed regardless of the native population, which means that it can proceed and develop only under the protection of a power that is independent of the native population, behind an iron wall which the native population cannot breach. As described by Sternhell, the nationalist ideology of the Jewish labor movement was to conquer as much land as possible. On the leader...
Okay. I'm taking the bait, but it's mostly because I'm bored, because I get it. Fucking ethno-religionists, Zionist Jews are fucking bad. Thanks, Doobie. I appreciate the insight. I'll continue to watch it just because we got 20 minutes until I start talking to Demon King Drago, so it's not a big deal. But my point is like, okay, ethno-religious, Zionist, supremacist Jews are bad. Got it. Thank you. So I'm going to take the bait because I'm bored. Solverine says he does think JSOC can date Cherry. He's showing the hypocrisy of everyone saying he couldn't date mentally ill women. But you shouldn't date mentally ill women unless you're willing to care for them after you break their fucking brains, right? We understand this? We understand. Dan Saltman understands this. Dan Saltman said that fucking Destiny was a fucking dipshit for the way that he continued to interact with Anne of War for years after it was determined that Anne of War was an obsessive compulsive fucking person who could not handle their limited sexual interaction and breakup. So if Dan Saltman, his closest fucking friend, says he shouldn't interact with a mentally ill woman, then I think it should be generally understood that Steven should stop interacting with obviously mentally ill women. Dan Saltman thinks this. I think this. Mooten probably thinks this. Kyla probably thinks this. Everybody fucking thinks this. Except for DGG cultists. DGG cultists will literally come into my chat and say, oh yeah, a woman has PTSD and military-related sexual trauma and she's suicidal. Go ahead and sext her about stepdad fantasies of molesting children. That's what DGG cultists will come into my chat and say without a hint of fucking irony or forethought. So, I disagree with that, openly and vocally. And just because people keep coming into my chat and saying, Connor's crashing out, doesn't mean that I'm going to change my opinion. The fact that Steven can't contend with that opinion, I think is evidence that even he knows that it's bad. So, anyways. Andy B, fuck you. Very funny.
Leader of the labor movement, David Ben-Gurion, from the beginning, he was convinced that settling Jews on the soil of Eretz Israel would mean a conquest of land and a rivalry with Arabs. Ben-Gurion declared in December 1922, "The one great concern that should govern our thought and work is the conquest of the land and building it up through extensive immigration. The possibility of our conquering the land is liable to slip out of our grasp." This concise, concentrated, programmatic, and important speech contained not a single word about equality, justice, universal values, or the creation of an alternative society. This was the nature of the primacy of the national aims. Despite being labeled a socialist, it is significant that Ben-Gurion hardly ever used the word proletariat. The proletariat, according to the Marxist view, accepted by all socialist parties, was universalistic. It was not representative of national interests at all. As Sternhell shows, Ben-Gurion very much harnessed private property and capital to further nationalist aims, per the interpretation of nationhood prevalent in European nationalism and the dominant strand of labor Zionism. Where Ben-Gurion was concerned, the only criterion that mattered was and remained a functional and utilitarian criterion. Private capital fulfills a Zionist mission if it creates Jewish employment, and public capital falls short of Zionism if it does not serve this purpose. The public capital invested in the building of Zichron and Binyamina, two settlements where Arab labor dominated, failed Zionism. The private capital that built Magdiel and Ra'anana, two settlements that employed Jewish workers exclusively, fulfilled a Zionist mission 100%. This was elaborated on more directly in 1931. We have no special interests in a socialist regime or a commune in this country if those involved are not Jewish workers. Employment of Arab labor in the Jewish settlements, Ben-Gurion declared, carried with it the danger of a hostile alien element in our midst.
Okay. Ethno-religious Jews bad. Got it. Okay. We're still going for another 19 minutes, but I'm going to make the point that I was going to make fucking 30 minutes ago, but it's taken fucking forever for this guy. I'm happy that this guy took the time to look up the quotes of, you know, Jewish Zionist founders, militants, generals, and prime ministers, and has firmly established that the Zionist project in its infancy, and probably even today, is a ethno-religious, linguistic project. We understand this. But I'll restart the goal momentarily. Hold on. But what I want to point out is that socialists themselves will point out that German National Socialism is not true socialism, because they were never interested in emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism, nor were they interested in the decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production. They were explicitly and implicitly fascist, meaning that they were political corporatists and flexible authoritarians. That means that they believed in effectively seizing power by any means possible. Any propaganda, any policy, anything that makes you more popular and more likely to seize power is what you need to do as a fascist in order to seize power. And then once you have power, you should only follow rules insofar as they serve you. And so if abolishing the monarchy serves you, abolish the monarchy. If maintaining the monarchy serves you, maintain the monarchy. If abolishing parliament serves you, abolish parliament. If maintaining parliament serves you, maintain parliament. There is no republican or monarchic or institutional guidance in reference to fascism besides prioritizing the accumulation and maintenance of your own power. It's a wildly Machiavellian philosophy. And so, once you achieve power, even though oftentimes people pursue power for power's sake, you are supposed to advocate for the political corporative good. So whatever your people is, if it's the Italian people and it's made up of multiple ethnicities, if it's the Spanish people and it's made up of multiple ethnicities, or if it's the German people and it's made up of a single ethno-religious group, you are to advocate in the political corporative well-being of the entirety of the group. Okay? Now, with Zionist nationalist socialism, what GDF has firmly done is established that they are a political corporative group that only cares about the Jewish people. So the political corporative part of the argument has been beaten to death. I fully agree, based off of the evidence of this video, that there were many Zionists in the foundation of the state of Israel who were Jewish political corporatists. What has not been established is that they were fascist, that they pursued power solely for power's sake, that they would do whatever they wanted to do in order to abolish or reinforce social institutions as long as it served their specific power. Because when Ben-Gurion or fucking Golden Meir or whatever talks about socialism, I would actually want to see if they wanted to emancipate humanity, specifically the Jewish people under their control, from the oppressions of capitalism, or if they wanted to decommodify basic human need and have workers own the means of production. That is what I need to establish. They are political corporatists. Are they flexible authoritarians? And I do not think that this video has established the latter claim. It's implied the latter claim. It hasn't established the latter claim. Well, QC John, for a full $50 worth of oil. Thank you, King. My cog overlord, accept this as an apology for what I'm about to do. Brother Son Patriarch doesn't think I forgot revenge is a dish best served cold. Payback is mine. Take a lap, 07. Love you, brother. Oh. Oh, did you rape Son Patriarch? Did you ban Son Patriarch? Oh, that's funny. That's awesome. Thank you. Doobie with the 10 says I missed it lame. Well, just rewind the VOD. To be honest, Doobie, we kind of, this is not as fun for me as the Iraq video. Number one, I think it's too long. Number two, I feel like he's been quoting political corporatist Zionists for like fucking 30 minutes now. So I'm waiting for him to kind of, he's kind of beating the point to death. You know, he could have just said, hey man, there's a shitload of Zionists who are ethno-religious supremacists. And I probably would have been like, yeah, probably. You know? What is it? Zionist, nationalist, socialism. So I'll save this. And if he starts finding me like quotes from Ben Gurion that are fucking flexible authoritarian, I would do it. Yeah? All right, have fun. Have fun. Do I know Warren Smith? Can you react to him? I don't know him, but I mean, if you just want to remind me, that would be great. All right, let's keep going for another 12 minutes.
The outbreak of the Second World War on September 1st, 1939, saw Poland's skies swarmed with planes and opened the floodgates of Hitler's blitzkrieg. At the same time, Germany's advance eastward would yield the Reich with new territory to depopulate and repopulate with German settlers, utilizing the new living space, or Lebensraum. Despite the enormous resources involved in the Nazi war planning, the settlement of its new eastern possessions was an immediate consideration. Upon his return from Poland's besieged and bombed-out capital, Hitler boasted in a speech to the Reichstag.
Ich habe einfach aus Mitleid mit Frauen und Kindern der Machthabern in Warschau angeboten, wenigstens die Zivilbevölkerung ausziehen zu lassen. Ich habe die Fristen für alle Fälle verlängern lassen, Bomber und schwere Artillerie angewiesen, nur einwandfrei militärische Objekte anzugreifen. Ich habe daraufhin angeboten, einen ganzen Stadtteil, Praga, überhaupt nicht zu beschießen, sondern für die zivile Bevölkerung zu reservieren, diese die Möglichkeit zu geben, sich dorthin zurückzuziehen.
Of course, Warsaw was subjected to a month-long bombardment and siege, which killed some 25,000 people. The Luftwaffe bombed civilian and military targets the same, contrary to Hitler's claims of distinction. Hitler also dismissed Poland's nationhood, celebrating
Dieses geschichtlich einmaligen Zusammenbruchs eines sogenannten Staatswesens. Und als wichtigste Aufgabe aber eine Neuordnung der demografischen Verhältnisse. Das heißt, eine Umsiedlung der Nationalitäten so, dass sie am Abschluss der Entwicklung bessere Trennungslinien geben, als es heute der Fall ist. In diesem Sinn.
I'm curious. How did Hitler perceive Slavs? Wait, hold on. Let's make sure that Poles are Slavs first. What ethnic group are... Wait, are Poles Slavs? I should probably ask. Slavs. Yes, Polish people are a Western Slavic ethnic group. They share a common history, culture, and linguistic roots with other Slavic nations. Okay. So, how did Hitler perceive Slavs? Adolf Hitler perceived Slavic peoples as racially inferior Untermenschen who were incapable of true cultural or political organization. He believed their function in the world was simply to serve as a labor force for a dominant Germanic master. His perception of Slavs was defined by several deeply held ideological views. Inherent inferiority. Hitler viewed Slavs as a mass of people incapable of self-rule, claiming that any historical state building or cultural achievements in Eastern Europe were exclusively the work of Germanic minorities ruling over them. He often referred to them as Asiatic Slavic mix, far below the Aryan race on his racial hierarchy. Justification for Lebensraum. Driven by the desire to expand Germany's territory, Hitler targeted Eastern Europe for colonization. He believed Germanic peoples had a historic right to conquer displaced Slavic populations to secure their own living space. The Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. Hitler closely linked Slavic peoples with communism, a political system that he believed was a Jewish conspiracy aimed at destroying civilization. He argued that the Russian state had been hijacked by Jews and was being used to threaten Germany. Pragmatic exceptions. Despite his overarching hatred, Nazi racial policy was highly contradictory. Depending on military and strategic needs, some Slavic groups, such as the Ukrainians or Cossacks, were recruited to fight for the Axis, while specifically individuals possessing Nordic features were targeted for forced Germanization. Interesting. Interesting.
Weder das deutsche Volk noch ich sind auf den Vertrag von Versailles vereinigt worden, sondern ich bin nur vereinigt auf das Wohl meines Volkes, dessen beauftragt ich bin, und auf das Wohl jener, die das Schicksal in unserem Lebensraum gestellt hat und damit unlösbar mit unserem eigenen Wohle verband.
To implement this, Hitler commissioned the Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler to lead a Reichskommissariat for the strengthening of Germandom. The commission had 3 objectives. Number 1, bring back those German citizens and racial Germans abroad who are eligible for permanent return to the Reich. Number 2, eliminate the harmful influence of such alien parts of the population as constitute a danger to the Reich and the German community. And number 3, create new German colonies by resettlement of German citizens and racial Germans coming back from abroad. Robert Louis Cole, an American Army intelligence surveyor in German-occupied Europe during World War II, provided valuable insight into the German settlement policy. Hitler made it quite clear that he thought in terms of settling Germans on the new soil and expelling the natives. This soil must be tilled by Germans, said Hitler. The great mistake of our former times was to imagine that Germans could take land with the alien peoples upon it, have them till it, and Germanize them. The resultant intermarriage only put German blood at the disposal of other nationalities, such as the Poles, who would ultimately take the land back if they continued to till it. The scattered Germans of the world must be consolidated on this newly won soil as the sole owners.
I'm sure this is going to go for a comparison to the exclusivity that Ben-Gurion and early Zionists wanted to implement in reference to Zionist occupation and territorial expansion. So they're going to compare Lebensraum to the fucking Nakba and all that bullshit. I get it. I understand it. I get it. I get it. Jewish ethno-religious supremacy bad. I understand it. What I will point out, though, which I think I would be remiss if I did not point out, is that in the 19th century, you have to understand that we were still conquering American territory in like the late 1800s. Like, when did we take Hawaii? When was Hawaii conquered and turned into a state? So we conquered it in 1893, although it wasn't declared a state until 1959. So I just want to point out that 1940 is obviously 50 years after the conquest of Hawaii. But I do want to point out that in 1893, we took a territory that was not belonging to us. We overthrew the fucking kingdom that was present. We colonized it with Americans. And then we fucking, when the Hawaiians were like, hey man, this is kind of our shit. Why are you fucking with us? We said, fuck you, sucks to suck. We need a naval base, you fucking losers. And then we said, sell us all your bat shit. I'm not kidding. So, one of the interesting things, Hawaiian reasons to conquer Hawaii. So, the primary reasons for the 1893 overthrow and subsequent 1898 annexation of Hawaii were strategic military dominance, economic interest tied to sugar industry, and the fear of foreign rivals. So they're saying sugar, gateway to Asia, monopoly on agriculture, and Was bat feces a major export of Hawaii? Oh, damn it. Did I fall into a... Did I fall into a urban myth? No, bat feces or bat guano was never a major export of Hawaii. Hawaii's indigenous bat population is incredibly limited. The Hawaiian hoary bat is the state's only native land animal. Because these bats are solitary, tree-roosting animals and cave dwellers, they never produce a massive amount of guano. Damn, didn't we conquer someplace for guano? I felt like we conquered someplace for guano. Bird excrement? Wait, is bird excrement also guano? Was Hawaii conquered for guano? Huh. The Guano Acts of 1856. Oh, was it Midway? Maybe I was thinking of Midway. Was Midway annexed for guano? Yes, Midway was originally claimed by the United States under the Guano Islands Act of 1856. Okay. My bad. I repopularized a fucking urban legend about the conquest of Hawaii. I'm sorry for saying that Hawaii was conquered for bat feces. However, I do want to bring up that in 1856, the United States created a law that bird and bat feces, which was used in fertilizer, if you found it in large quantities, we could annex unoccupied guano territory, and the island of Midway was annexed under that legislation. So my apologies to the Hawaiian people. Number one, my apologies for the conquest and destruction of your monarchy. My bad. But number two, my apologies for mixing up Midway and the Guano Act of 1856 with the 1893 conquest of Hawaii. My apologies to the Hawaiian people. Anyways, and just to reiterate the thrust of what I'm trying to say, is that we were doing ethno-religious conquests in 1893. Okay? So, while we should view ethno-religious conquest and colonization that displaces and slaughters natives as bad, the Germans and the Jews were doing in 1940 what we were doing in the 19th century. Okay? My apologies for all the native populations of the world that Americans have shot.
The new society would consist of pastoral German communities. The farmer would serve as the vanguard of the Nazi conquest of the East. Idealization of rural life and of the unspoiled German peasant in the East was combined with a utopian fantasy of a new communal socialism to be built up in Eastern Europe under German leadership. However, as was typical of other nationalist socialist societies, the idealization of pastoral living veiled the reality, where the state harnessed the wealth of powerful, private interests to further the wealth and power of the nation. The reconstruction of the German economy and the rearmament of the Third Reich was carried out in alliance with organized German business interests, Germany's professional soldier class, and the bureaucracy. In spite of all their petty bourgeois slogans, the Nazi leaders had gradually come to realize that only compromise and temporary coalition would enable them to seize and hold power. They had grasped by 1933 that reconstruction and rearmament were the goals of powerful groups outside the movement, which could be harnessed to it through the more opportunistic members of these groups. In this way, the outermost layer of the movement, the statists like Papin, Schacht, and Bloomberg, as well as countless smaller figures in the party, served to bind to National Socialism the machinery and the skills of tried and experienced segments of the German ruling class. Ihor Kamenetsky as well exposed the ideological underpinnings of German settlement in his revealing work, Secret Nazi Plans.
Okay. I get it. I get it. We're comparing Islam to the settlement of Palestine. We're comparing ethno-religious supremacy and separation to German ethno-religious supremacy and separation. My question for Doobie or people, and maybe we'll finish that another day. Fuck, it just kind of got dry. But the thing that I want to articulate to Doobie is that ethno-religious supremacy is bad. Okay? We understand that it's bad. Ethno-religious supremacy is bad. But my point is that pre-Marxian socialism wants to emancipate humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. Marxist socialism wants to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production. German National Socialism is explicitly and implicitly fascist, meaning that they're using socialism as a fucking mask with which to execute fascism, which doesn't just involve political corporatism. Most people are political corporatists, including myself, but they're flexible authoritarians, meaning they will do whatever it takes in order to gain and maintain power. So my question is that while we all understand that ethno-religious supremacy and conquest is bad, were the Zionists fascists philosophically, where they believe that you should do whatever you want to do in order to achieve and maintain power? That would be where I think this comparison, while it's interesting to compare Lebensraum versus colonizing the Eastern Mediterranean, Jewish wealth being propped up by immigrants from Germany. It's an interesting historical analysis, but ultimately, I don't know if it passes this hurdle that I've created in my own brain before I would say, oh, Zionism is exactly like Nazism. If it was exactly like Nazism, then Ben-Gurion, Golden Meir, all the prime ministers of Israel, they would be fascist, not socialist, committed to the emancipation of humanity from the emancipation of Jews specifically, I suppose, from the oppressions of capitalism and or the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. So, a little bit dry, but truth be told, this is the content that you guys have asked for. Arthur, Patriarch, you guys have said, where's the serious shit? Where's the analyses of geopolitics? Where's the analysis of history? Where's the analysis of political ideology? Well, I just gave it to you for the past 2 fucking hours. Okay? So, if you didn't enjoy this content, it's not for a lack of grappling with serious topics. We just grappled with a serious topic for the past 2 hours. Anyways, let me read a super chat and let me call Demon King Drago, if he's still available. Rifleman for the 10 says, leftists will never forgive you for not reacting with surprise, shock, and horror and then turning into a leftist. Yes, leftists, we can read too. True. Yeah, if what you're saying is that I should have fucking I think I get what you're saying, Rifleman, where it's like, I should have pearl clutched. I should have been like, oh my God, the fucking Zionists are exactly like Nazi Germany. If that's what you were expecting, then I'm sorry to disappoint. I still think there is a delineation between Zionism and Nazism. Demon King Drago says, I'm in the call-in waiting room. Well, I'm going to call you directly. That way nobody can jump into our call. So let me right-click on your name and let me start a call. Start call. And let me go video, and let me pop out. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I will thank everybody who donated to the stream at the end. But Demon King Drago, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Hello, how's my delay?
Yours pretty good. I could just chill out for a second and wait until I hear you and wait until you apparently have finished a sentence. But can you introduce yourself to the chat and what we're going to be talking about today?
Hello, I am Demon King Drago. I have no YouTube whatsoever. I'm just interested in talking religion and interesting shit.
Ooh, shit. So did my theological analysis of Ryan Mullally trigger this, or was it something else that triggered it?
It's just interesting to pick your brain. You have a very different take on religion that I'm used to, so I'm interested on picking your brain with that.
Okay. Well, can you perhaps lay out the foundations of your worldview and then go ahead and ask away with whatever shit you want to ask?
Yeah, no problem. My background is a little interesting. Um, I was baptized as Roman Catholic. My uncle raised me Christian, and I was also baptized pagan. So I have a very eclectic kind of spiritual beginning as a human, and then I fell out of the Abrahamic religions mainly because of how I seen people act in the church against gay people, and I
Sure.
have a lot of gay family.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what can I answer in reference to questions? Because the only thing that I would point out is that Abrahamic faith, particularly Christianity, often states that, basically like we are expecting humans to behave poorly. And so just because members of the church are behaving poorly isn't a reason to fall out with the religion. That is a reason why I stopped associating or stopped going to church and stopped associating with people who are open Christians, because I feel like a lot of them actually don't pay attention to what's being said in scripture. I know that's ironic, but I also have other beefs with like doctrine and dogma and literal belief, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, fire away.
My most important question that I usually ask is what type of like Christian or Catholic are you? Are you like evangelical? Are you cultural? Are you a different denomination? Like what kind of Christianity do you follow?
I'm cultural. So just to give you a little bit of my background, my parents were both Protestant Jesus freak hippies in the 1970s. So during the Vietnam War, they were cut or uncut. I'm cut. So they were both
I am
hippies.
also cut.
Yeah, they were hippies during the Vietnam War, and they used like Christian verses about pacifism in order to justify their political opposition, but they were still deeply religious despite being hippies. In the 1980s, they were like Reaganite fiscal and social conservatives. In the 90s, I was born in the late 80s. They brought me up in Protestant churches until we got to Europe. I went to Europe when I was 8. So I was in a Baptist church when I was around 5. When we went to Europe when I was 8, for a year we went to a Protestant church. But at 9, my dad became obsessed with the history of the Catholic Church. And so he converted to Catholicism, and we started going to Mass in French and Latin. It's kind of crazy. Ooh. And so we did that for a few years. We moved to Texas. We stayed at a Catholic church in Texas, moved back to Florida. We stayed at a Catholic church in Florida. My mom would still drag me to Protestant churches some of the time because she was like a non-denominational Protestant. But my dad remained a pretty firm Catholic until very recently. He's in his 70s now. Now he's still a literalist Christian, but he actually is probably like he's a traditionalist, but he's not Orthodox. So he still believes all of like the traditions of the church, but he doesn't think the church actually speaks with like the authority of Christ.
That's fair. I can understand that. It sounds like you had a well-rounded kind of upbringing with Christianity.
I literally have been to some kind, or from probably 0 to 18, I attended some kind of religious service every single Sunday from 0 to 18.
That is... I'm actually kind of jealous of that upbringing because I'm really into religions. It's kind of like a hyperfixation of mine, is just learning about different religions and mythologies. So, like, I'm kind of jealous of that upbringing. Actually,
yeah, it was like consuming information and dogma and religious tradition, like drinking water out of a fire hose. But I think one of the I think one of the reasons why I obviously I didn't want to spend all of my Sundays standing there for an hour listening to a fucking 50-year-old man drone on about like religious mysteries that I thought were horseshit. But the reason why I ultimately still find it incredibly interesting is because I think a lot of people comment on religion while being like completely ignorant of it as a topic. And so I often find that in their ignorance are criticisms that don't hit.
Right. That makes sense. My second question is, do you believe in divine command theory, or are you more of like it's probably somewhere in the middle between divine command theory and like civilization just coming to terms with how to run a society?
I am infinitely more in the latter half. Like, I effectively apply, like, I know evolutionary psychology. A lot of people don't like evolutionary psychology, but I think evolutionary psychology is infinitely more explanatory about the importance of religion in human life than the creator of the universe actually communicating with the human species. I think that you can have, like, mystical and religious experiences. I've even had mystical and religious experiences, but at the same time, I think it's like human beings crave orienting their lives towards purpose. And so if I had to guess, if Moses actually saw and heard the voice of God in a burning bush, 2,200 years ago, or if he saw a random burning bush like burst into flames because of like temperature, and then he just kind of like heard the voice of his own conscience, and that drove him to do what he did in the biblical story, I would infinitely more bet on the latter narrative than the first narrative.
That makes sense. I mean, there are a lot of different theories. My favorite one is like the burning bush itself had psychedelic properties, so maybe that had parts to do with it.
Well, not only is that entirely possible, but it's also like not determinable, right? We have stories from the Jewish people, arguably stretching back around 10,000 years. If you think like the Noah flood, the flood of Noah, if you think that was like a large anthropological event that was passed down in oral tradition until it was eventually written down in the Bible, we are arguably talking about a mystical history of the human species starting 10,000 years ago and filtered through the experience of a single pre-medieval tribe. So it's kind of wild.
I get you. And if I can flex my little bit of religion knowledge, the Noah's Ark story actually is a reimagining taken from the Epic of Gilgamesh.
I mean, chronologically, that's entirely possible, but I think there's also something to the fact that there was like a great flood around 10,000 years ago, like effectively, like
I think that's what they're trying to retell through word of mouth, and
but also not
Noah.
just that. Think about this real quick. Think about the tsunamis in Asia, right?
Yeah.
So basically, like a 40-foot tall wave of water traveling at 60 miles an hour comes in and wipes out, all the people who lived close to the ocean. And then you were a person who lived on the mountainside, and you
saw that. It looks like some real hand of God shit.
That's some biblical ass fucking destruction, dude. Like, I don't know if you remember like the videos of the Japanese tsunami, but I was watching the videos of the Japanese tsunami, and I was like, holy shit,
it's
this
horrific.
Is fucking like, this is biblical levels of destruction. If I saw this shit as a human being and I was a caveman, I would be telling the story of this biblical ass fucking destructive flood for the rest of my life.
Yeah, absolutely. That one time I stood at the foot of the mountain and the water came to me is crazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I think there's I think there's a lot of condescension to ancient people where, because of their ignorance of the material world from like a modern day scientific lens, we just presume them to be stupid. But the truth is that, like, evolutionarily, we have not changed that much from 3,000 years ago. So while they believed wildly ignorant shit, they probably believed wildly ignorant shit because it made sense to them within the material context of their time, not because they were unintelligent. So, for instance, like, if you gave Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, Marcus Aurelius, fucking Julius Caesar, if you gave these men the hindsight of like modern technology, they would probably be still considered wildly intelligent human beings.
Yes, absolutely. I have that same idea. Sorry, my brain's kind of fucking up right now. But like, you have smart people who like call things very literal things in the Bible. Like there's a story in the Bible about the unicorn. It describes like this majestic beast that's 3 times the size of a horse, and it's brilliant white, and it has a giant horn on its head. It's describing a rhino. Like, these people are smart. These people are like accurate with their descriptions. It's just we don't have the context for what they're describing in the moment, and like how they would interpret it.
Think about how mind-blowing it is too. Like, I was thinking this while I was thinking this a decade and a half ago when I was stoned with pot with one of my ex-girlfriends. I was watching a beluga whale communicate with a human being, and I was like, holy shit, that fucking creature is sapient. And like that just like fucked with me so hard, because like obviously we kind of orient like human narration into human primacy, but realizing that like whales are having conscious experiences and likely have pretty rich social lives, to the point that their like neurochemistry might be, I think dolphins are even argued to have similarly or even arguably more advanced brain structure and neurochemistry than humans. And so when you look at that, you're just like, holy fucking shit, like they're but the fucking grace of God. Like, I could have easily been incarnated as a fucking dolphin, you know?
It's true. Also an octopus, they also have similar brain capacity.
Although I'm not going to shit on octopus, because I actually do love octopus, and I actually refuse to eat octopus and eat squid because they're supposed to be wildly intelligent creatures. But with octopi, they actually have a very limited lifespan. I think a majority of octopi species live less than 5 years. So I'm not saying they're not wildly intelligent. I'm saying they only have 5 years to try to understand reality before they die.
Well, the females understand reality. If the male octopus keeps pushing, the female octopus throws a rock at him. So, like, based.
Right. Well, right. And there's like silly little things like that you see in nature that I don't think like human exclusive primacy and sapience explain. So, for instance, like, you know, seeing an octopus, there was like a fish that the octopus had like a clam or something. And it was trying to open the clam repeatedly. And some fucking dickhead fish keeps like trying to swim past the octopus in order to try to get the food that's inside the clamshell that he's trying to open. And then the octopus like swats at him a couple of times, but then he gets annoyed at the fish. He basically curls one of his tentacles into the octopus version of a fish, or excuse me, the octopus version of a fist, and then he punches the fish in the face. And I'm like,
just
that's
fucking haymakers it.
like I can visibly see the emotion of annoyance, and then I can see the escalation of violence. So like, so for me, I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, yeah, sure. Is it convenient to consider the human experience as primary above the experiences of all other animals? Yes, it's morally and psychologically convenient, but is it true? And the answer based off of like what I've seen of the animal kingdom is probably not. Most animals probably have, even an ant probably has its own version of a conscious experience. It just has a limited brain capacity in order to have like emotions or deep thoughts or whatever. But then as you get up the evolutionary hierarchy, the more complex the brain, the more complex the biochemistry, likely more complex the conscious experience.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like um we have these things that we can't really explain yet. We're trying scientists are always trying to get the answer. So like I'm agnostic. I don't know what's out there. I know something's out there. Like
Yep.
my biggest evidence for something being out there, even though I don't know what it is the universe itself.
Yep.
If gravity was a twinge higher, the galaxy would compress in on itself. If it was a twinge lower, then it would like split apart. So it's like the perfect amount. And I don't know what causes that. Nobody knows what
Can I
causes
give you my schizophrenic theory on it?
Oh, I love schizophrenic theories. Hit me.
So according to even science, the universe started as a Big Bang, right? It started as effectively like a singularity that detonated in a plane of mostly nothingness, and then it expanded, and then gravity pulled everything together. So, and oftentimes, if you look at the Bible, they explain God as the beginning and the end. You know, the Alpha and the Omega. And if you look at science, they often talk about the big rip and the big crunch being the two ways that they think that the universe is going to end. So number one, the big crunch is where everything that was once, ever was, or will be, will eventually, through the force of gravity, be sucked back into another singularity, at which point this entire plane of existence might begin again. But even with the big rip, where effectively the heat death of the universe, gravity stops interacting with other matter, and matter becomes so spread and far apart that they no longer interact with each other. Well, that was the nature of the universe prior to the Big Bang. And so even like a Nobel Prize-winning cosmologist has become convinced that the universe is cyclical. So like Big Bang,
so it's like
existence, heat death of the universe, new Big Bang. Right? Like over and over and over again. And so
that's interesting. I like that one.
Well, also here's another thing too. Did you know that time doesn't exist in a singularity? Like physically, it does not exist. Yeah.
I do know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So my suspicion, but it's my schizophrenic theory, is that whatever existed, whatever we call the beginning, right? You know, God in our biblical sense of understanding, it got bored, okay? It got bored. And so as a result, it committed suicide. It could have remained a singularity in perpetuity, but what it did instead is it destroyed itself. But rather than spreading into the universe, ignorant of itself, not really, you know, reforming into matter or stars or biological beings or whatever the fuck, it actually recoalesced into those things kind of as like an experience. And then eventually what will happen is we will recoalesce into the singularity eventually, and then we'll probably start the cycle again.
That is the schizophrenic take right there. That one, officer.
Well,
really took that God is everything.
Yeah, but do mushrooms or smoke pot or whatever, or just kind of like contemplate the nature of existence. And for me, my belief, and by the way, this isn't like faith. Like for all I know, I die and I enter mindless oblivion, never to experience a conscious idea ever again, right?
Straight to the Slaneshi pile for you.
Well, right. There's plenty of there's plenty of chatters who are desperate for Slanesh to exist. But For all I know, like death is just mindless oblivion, right? But
Yeah.
you know, even if I came back, let's say that you and I have this conversation 36 billion years from now, because effectively, like the universe is cyclical, but it follows similar paths in perpetuity. And so, like, what do they call it? They call that like string theory, where like
Yeah.
any possibility that could exist does exist. Where there's millions of universes where I do exist, and there's millions of universes where I don't exist. We could be having this conversation like 36 fucking billion years from now, and I still wouldn't have the conscious connection to my previous existence because of the nature of like biology and existence and memory itself. And so, regardless of whether or not this is true or not, it kind of doesn't matter. You know, like whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen.
Yeah. That makes sense. What's your kind of worldview? Do you operate on like utilitarian nihilism? Like how do you operate through the world with this kind of Christianic worldview?
I think a majority of the time I am like a what do they call that? Like a threshold utilitarian, I suppose, or like threshold deontology. It's like there are rules.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, there's rules that are good for me to follow because I can observe the consequences that are, you know, good for me and good for the people around me based off of like intuition, but also like moral analysis and consequential analysis. But there will be a time at which we reach a threshold where I will break my morality in order to prevent a larger harm. So for instance, like, I think that killing infants is bad, right? You shouldn't kill an infant child. But let's say there was truly a scenario where we knew that if we shot an infant in the face, it would save planet Earth. Well, I'll break my rule of shooting infants. I'll break my rule of shooting infants in the face in order to save 8 billion lives, right? So there's kind of like you start with the rules, but then if you reach a threshold of consequence, then you flip to consequentialism.
Yeah, that makes sense. I operate more of optimistic nihilism.
Yeah, which, by the way, I've heard that described as absurdism.
Are you familiar with that one?
No, I've truly heard this described as absurdism, which is effectively like we understand the universe is kind of crazy and not understandable, and from a cosmic sense, existence and sapience and sentience, like they're a blip on the fucking radar of the cosmos. But I'm just going to pursue meaning and context within my own life, regardless of whether or not it's cosmically relevant, because I feel like it's good to do so. And I've heard your optimist nihilism described as absurdism in the past.
That is as correct as I could describe it. My more layman version is God is dead, we killed him, existence doesn't matter. I'm just gonna have fun while I'm here.
Yeah. Well, but here's my beef with that though, because part of my criticism of Steven, of Destiny, for a long time has been that his nihilist hedonism, I think, is rooted in a sociopathic understanding of reality, where effectively he needs to maximize his pleasure, he needs to minimize his pain. And so if other people are caused pain or caused pleasure through his actions, that's inconsequential to his moral analysis, because he knows that he's going to die. He knows that he's going to enter mindless oblivion. And as a result, all that really matters is his pleasure. And so I think that that's a trap, because what ends up happening is, yeah, sure, like on a consequentialist lens, you might be able to maximize your pleasure and minimize your pain, and then you die, and then it's all the same as if you act morally throughout the entirety of your life. But at the same time, you, by causing other people's pain, willingly, you oftentimes will incur social, physical, emotional, and spiritual consequence that is actually not maximizing your pleasure. And so what I'm trying to point out to him, even in this recent drama, is that, like, Your nihilism and your hedonism are hurting you.
How deep do you want to go into the Destiny bit?
Not necessarily because my chat hates it, but at the same time, like, as long as we root it in, you know, like, philosophical ways of living life, I don't have a problem discussing it.
Yeah, okay, that's, I kind of view optimistic nihilism as not necessarily a whole departure from, like, not, like, harming people for your own gain. My kind of view of optimistic nihilism is, like, more doing good because it's not like it's hurting anyone and you're just helping and you're kind of healing yourself spiritually.
Mhm.
But it's also this kind of, like, you show forgiveness for people who are in rough spots because you know that for whatever is going on in the world, something might be affecting them differently than what you're being affected by. So, like, I would say, I agree what Destiny is doing is wrong. Not necessarily the hookup culture, but depending on how the sharing of the nude pictures, it could be wrong. But how he's lashing out, how he's getting angry with everything, it's like he's been enduring the equivalent of a year of harassment, at least.
Sure.
And I kind of give him more grace than I would normal people because he's unironically, from the evidence that I've seen and the way I read it, he's got a cabal of people attacking his friends, family, and people even remotely related to him, which, if that happened to me, I'll just say Destiny has a lot more grace than I do.
Okay. Well, there's two directions that I want to take that, okay? So, you know how I argued that maybe we're a singularity that bursts and then recoalesces? That actually aligns with the concept of the Tao, you know, Taoism being like a major religion on the planet. And Taoism effectively makes the argument that it's like, we're all one thing. Like, you are Demon King Drago, I am Connor. But at the end of the day, we emerge from the singularity. We're going to re-enter the singularity. And so the way that I treat you is the way that I'm going to treat myself. And so, and there's even like a fucking chance that, you know, I don't, once again, I don't know reincarnation, afterlife, no fucking idea. Okay. I don't even pretend to know. I think there's like a 99% chance I enter mindless, dreamless oblivion, and that's death. But let's just say, hypothetically, that you are you and I, you are me, and we both emerge from the singularity. Well, there's an entirely a possibility that I could live your life eventually. And so the cruelty that I visit upon you is the cruelty that I visit upon myself. So that with that kind of rationalization is the instinct to be as minimally cruel as possible and to understand most people as just being fucked up. And so, like, with Destiny, I do have sympathy for him. I think he had a fucked up childhood. I think he's had a fucked up career. I think a lot of people have backstabbed him. I think I front stabbed him, but that's okay. Including me. Like, we were friends, and then he did something that I could not tolerate anymore, and then I blew up on him as a result. And I understand that that can be emotionally tumultuous. However, I feel like if you've lost 99% of your friends, if you've lost $800,000, if you can't maintain stable relationships, if you are consistently sexting with obviously mentally ill people, that should be a feedback loop sufficient that you go, oh shit, my bad behavior is causing some of my problems, and therefore I need to modify my behavior. But to my knowledge, he has not done that yet. He just continues on with the bad behavior.
do you subscribe to the whole no sin is more or less than another?
Absolutely not. There's clearly a hierarchy of sins.
So in the sin category, there is like the way I kind of think about it, and it's not exactly one-to-one, but it's the best thing that I could come up with at the moment. So I apologize in advance. It's going to be an extreme example.
Go for it.
The way I view your like take on destiny is there is a woman. She has decided to go to a party where she knows nobody else. She gets drugged and she gets, taken advantage of while she's asleep. And essentially what we're doing is what happened to you is bad, but you really brought it on yourself because you went to a party where you know no one and you can't really trust them and you had no backup.
Yep.
Like, that is correct, but that's not the biggest issue at the moment.
I am a victim blamer. I blamed Pixie, who I blamed Pixie for sexually engaging with Steven, videotaping it, and then trusting him with the video. I blamed her for the situation because I thought that that was imprudent and silly. I think that Steven has plenty of continue with your analogy. Let's say that Steven, by sexting sexting what he thought was an 18-year-old sex worker, and then getting his homemade pornography and his love letters to Lauren Southern leaked to the internet. Let's say that that was him going to the party in a skimpy dress and getting blackout drunk around a bunch of strangers. Okay, let's just use your analogy. Well, him direct messaging a married woman who's married to a traditional Catholic, who is suicidal, who has military-related sexual trauma, who wants to kink play being each other's step-parents and then molesting each other's children, that's like him going back to a different party, getting drunk, and then getting fucking raped. So at some point, if you're the person's friend, and by the way, like, I think I would use because we're identifying Steven as the victim. I think some of in his behaviors, he's not a victim, he's an aggressor. But just going with your analogy, in my opinion, imagine that you're friends with somebody, but they go to a party, get blackout, and get raped a dozen times. And you keep telling them over and over again, stop going to parties, stop getting blackout drunk. At what point do you say, I can't be fucking around you anymore because you don't listen to anyone and you keep destroying yourself?
I would say I would do that personally, not while they're bawling. Because essentially what stage
while they're
we're at, bawling, like crying their eyes out.
F-A-L-L? Oh, bawling, crying?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Because
I'll
essentially
listen.
what we're stage we're at in the Destiny Snarker drama is we're at the stage where Destiny, if he is the victim, is crying and letting you know, like, hey, this has happened to me for the 5th time.
Yeah.
While you may go, hey, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this. Destiny is, in the analogy, talking to cops, and this is when you pick the time to have this blow up conversation.
Yeah, but I don't agree. Number one, this is like the 6th time, right? So at some point you got to learn your fucking lesson. And then not only that, imagine that while your friend is like, again, I'm working with this analogy. I think I could point out how I believe Steven to be the aggressor in some of these situations, but I don't think that's relevant to our conversation. Imagine if while in the act of reporting to police, that they had been raped, they went to another house party and got raped again. Like they're literally reporting it to police. They are working with law enforcement, and in this case, I'm talking about like the anti-snarking operations. They're working with law enforcement in order to bring their harassers to justice. And then or in this case, rapists, because that's the analogy we went with. But they're literally working with law enforcement in order to bring their rapists to justice. And then they go to another party and they get raped again.
I mean,
I think
yes.
At this point, no, like I'm just telling you the way that I feel. At this point, I feel perfectly fine and sane. Because, by the way, I do think he's the aggressor in some of these situations, but let's just work with the rape analogy. I feel perfectly fine and sane. You've been raped 6 times by getting blackout drunk and going to a party. I was there for you at rape number 5, and I tried to pick you up, dust you off, in the hopes that you were going to become better. And then I found out that while you were reporting this rape, you got raped again by doing the same dumb shit that everybody has been telling you to stop doing for a decade. So as a result, fuck you. You're an idiot, and I'm not going to be your friend anymore because you're a self-destructive, dumb piece of shit. And that's exactly what happened.
I feel like that's an understandable, like, thing to say, but I would say, in the analogy, public talking with the cops about what happened, maybe about the 6th time, not the time to put them on blast. In private, like after the cops leave, maybe then you would go, hey, I need to distance myself from you because you're fucking self-destructing.
Okay, but I did this. So here's my 2 objections to that line of argumentation. Number 1, I did talk to him in private in November. Okay.
Yeah.
And I said, like, hey, no, I understand. You need to stop this. Right. And then, so this isn't even like rape number 5 happened, and then I find out about rape number 6. This is like rape number 5 happened. I find out about rape number 6. I keep rape number 6 quiet, and then I find out about rape number 7. You know? So for me, it's like, and by the way, I'm accepting this analogy framework for the sake of the conversation because I don't necessarily want it to become an ugly contention between you and me about where Steven is or isn't the aggressor. I don't necessarily care to litigate it. But at the same time, fair. Like, for me, maybe you're a better friend than me. For me, it's like, not only do I want to distance myself because I think that you're being stupid and self-destructive, but I also want everybody else to know how big of a fucking idiot you are. Because, and sorry, this might need to be said explicitly, that like, the reason why he's doxing and harassing people, the reason why he's doxing members of DGG, the reason why he's doxing members of the Snark server, the reason why he's doxing Queeman, the reason why he's doxing JStock, is because they're making fun of him for continually raping his own life.
No, I don't know. That's not what, from all the evidence I've seen, that's not true at all.
Then
it's not criticism. It's because they're actively targeting people like his family and people close to him.
Okay, so JStock did that or Queeman did that? Who did that?
From what I've seen, it is not JStock or Queeman directly. It is people in their server.
Okay.
Now,
well, I had so hold on. Based off of this rationale, I had a DGGer named Big Mac in my comment section saying, "Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna get him fired from his current job." So based off of that, since somebody is trying to get me fired from my current job, do I have the right to dox other members of the community? Because they're associating with a digital harasser who's trying to threaten my income. So can I just start doxing random DGG members?
Okay, with the caveat that if the moderators at DGG do nothing, they actively joke about it, support it, and Destiny's like, when it happens, Destiny is like, oh man, that's hilarious. It's almost like Connor should have kept his fucking mouth shut. Then yeah, I would say absolutely.
Steven posted Steven posted a picture of my child and myself to the internet the other day. Should I release his address in Miami?
Where was that?
That was on Twitter. He had to delete it. He said that I was trying to get him to engage in sexual role play with him and my child, and then he posted a picture of me and my child to Twitter. So based off of that rationale, should I release Steven's address to the internet right now? You see what I'm saying? Okay, so hold on.
I'm seeing what you're saying.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not going to engage in that. I'm not going to release Steven's address to the internet. I'm barely going to talk shit about him. Because what happens, and I don't think the snarkers get this, I think they're kind of stupid in a way, is that when you debase yourself by using the same tactics as somebody who is engaging in vile behavior, what happens to the exterior parties is they can't make sense of who is more evil, who is more bad, whose side should you be on. So the only way to differentiate yourself from the person who is acting poorly is to not act poorly. Okay?
Yeah.
So I won't be posting Steven's address to the internet. I won't be posting his fucking Discord or email or what. I won't be doing any of that shit.
Yeah.
Because anybody who looks at what's going on, they'll see I'm criticizing him based off of the evidence that I have about his behavior that I think is self-destructive and negative, and I am not going to stoop to the level that he's stooping to. So, and by the way, here's the other thing. Muslims want to kill Destiny. Groypers want to kill Destiny. The entire state of Texas wants to kill Destiny. Some of the snarkers want to kill Destiny. There are a dozen reasons for people to want to kill Destiny, both justified and unjustified. To pretend that because people want to kill you, you have unlimited carte blanche to do whatever you want to all of your enemies all of the time is fucking stupid.
I feel like that's a little overstation. I like to be angry with people justifiably. Like, perfect example, there was a documentary about Hitler, and like, I have enough reason to hate Hitler. You don't have to make up a story about him abusing his dog. So sure. I say, hold on. Destiny is fucking up.
I want to point this out to chat real quick because I'm a little bit annoyed. Okay, listen, guys, but not you, by the way. We started on a conversation about morality. We started on a conversation about religion. Then we moved into a conversation about morality. And obviously the recent drama has come up. Okay? So if you don't like me talking about the drama, there is a back button on your computer. Okay? You can literally, I'll show it to you just in case you guys haven't seen it before. Okay? So look at this. I'm going to show you this. So here's YouTube. I'm going to be very pedantic to my own audience because this is part of the reason why everybody got.
I am your own audience. Pop off, King.
All right. So look.
Destiny, we're not that far out from the
here's some
midterms.
content.
What would be your advice to Democrats?
Here's some content that I am presently watching, and let's say that I'm not having a good time. Okay. So here's Destiny talking to Brian Shapiro. This is Hutch, reacting to it. Oh,
Yep.
I don't like this content. So, and I'm showing my audience this literally on screen. Up here is a back button. So you can click the back button and you can find something else to watch. Okay?
Man.
All right. Sorry. I still have another 10 minutes, but after that I need to leave and pick up my child. But sorry. What else do you want to say?
So what I was about to say was Destiny did have like the entirety of Muslims like angry at him. Destiny did have the entirety of Texas angry at him. Like he had all of those people angry at him. Only one of those groups of people are actively like attacking people in his personal life and people associated.
Who's that group?
Snarkers.
Okay. I think that you are bought into a narrative that has not been substantiated and you're not paying attention to contradictory evidence. So for instance, J-Stock, hold on real quick. I want to cite to you some contradictory evidence. J-Stock is one of the snarkers, correct?
Yes.
So how come when it was brought up that J-Stock was, like allegedly doxing him, and I said, well, there's a whole bunch of people who have doxed and swatted Steven before. Steven, because he can't keep track of his own arguments, brought up the fact that the swatting started before November of 2024. Because if it started before November of 2024, that means that it was somebody else besides J-Stock. Because J-Stock was an orbiter until February of 2025.
I think what he said, I remember Hutch watching Destiny on this. I forget which video. I believe what Destiny said was he intentionally is like messing with the timeline to throw off the snarkers. I don't know how true that is.
Even if that was true, J-Stock is one of the snarkers who deserves to be doxxed for ruining Steven's life, right?
Right.
J-Stock was Destiny's fan until March of 2025, right?
Right.
Destiny was swatted in summer of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So how do we know that J-Stock deserves to be doxxed? Because he's the reason why Steven is being swatted. It does not make fucking sense.
I think my thing is like the evidence that we do have paints a damning picture, and the fact that he during the snarker debate with Destiny and Dan on Wick TV, the Wick kept telling J-Stock to jump in, and all J-Stock was doing is yelling at him and telling him to bring up arguments. And it's like
do you know
can
why?
jump in. No, I don't know why. Because I feel like
Sherry,
if you have
the reason why J-Stock hates Destiny is because Destiny dated another insane woman. Dating might be too strong of a term. He had sex with a insane woman. Here's a funny detail about the time they had sex. Steven was so fucking hopped up on prescription medication that he had sex with Sherry like 16 times and came 16 times, and Sherry only came once. And it was one of the most unpleasant sexual experiences that Sherry had ever had. Okay? So I think that's funny. You know, it's fucked up. It's funny.
It is fucked up, and it is funny, and I don't need this information.
Sure. But hey, man, if we're doing all of it, we're doing all of it, okay? So according to J-Stock and according to Sherry, Steven had a consensual sexual encounter with Sherry and audio recorded it without her consent, and that was revealed as a part of the leaks in January and February. Okay? So that's why J-Stock hates Steven, because Sherry and him dated, Sherry and him are friends, and he thinks that's super fucked up. But the reason why J-Stock doesn't want to talk to Steven or Dan Saltman, which, by the way, I think he's a fucking, pussy in this. To be clear, I think J-Stock's a fucking pussy in this regard.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
he doesn't want to fight Steven or fight Dan Saltman on stream because he thinks, and I think he has good reason to think so, that they are going to bring up repeatedly that despite thinking that Sherry was mentally ill, he dated her after she was established to be mentally ill. In direct contradiction of some of his criticisms of Steven. So he doesn't want to get dunked on, and he doesn't want Sherry to be brought back into the limelight because Sherry wants to fucking move on. She doesn't want to be involved anymore. She doesn't want to be used as evidence or ammunition in this fight. So, just real quick. So, I'm in a beef. Let's just say real quick. I'm in a beef with another guy where I'm being accused of audio recording a consensual sexual liaison with a girl. And then that guy is criticizing me for dating mentally ill women. I have just been caught sexting another mentally ill woman. Should I bully my critic with the fact that he dated a woman that I audio recorded without their consent? Is that something that a sane person would do?
It's not something a sane person would do, but it's also a appeal to hypocrisy.
Well, okay, would you be my friend? Hold on. Let me ask you the question a little bit different way. Would you be my public professional associate and or my friend if I was bullying someone because he dated a mentally unstable girl that I audio recorded without her consent during a consensual sex act? Do you want to be my friend?
No.
Do you want to be my professional associate?
No.
Okay. Well, that's what happened between me and Steven, is that he did that. I thought it was bad behavior. I thought that by hanging out with him and being nice to him, maybe he would stop being a fucking sociopath, because there are admirable attributes of Steven. And then 2 years later, I find out he's still sexting mentally ill women, and this has been 70% of his problems.
Yeah, I would have to hear like all the evidence, because there's a lot of like, this is not me making a cop out. If what you said was true, yeah, fuck Destiny, obviously. But
well, let me point out something that you're not going to be able to unhear. Next time that they bring this up, see if Steven or Dan can make any arguments that don't appeal to how bad the snarkers are. Okay? Dan gets accused of a bad behavior. Steven gets accused of a bad behavior. Let's see if they can justify their bad behavior absent appealing to how bad their critics are. Because formally, in the debate space, this was called whataboutism. It's when you're accused of something bad, and instead of contending with the argument that you yourself did something bad, you instead bring up the opposing party's sins. So please tell me if you see any time they're capable of defending their behavior without appealing to the evilness of the opposition.
I can actually answer that now.
Okay.
I can actually answer that now. So, in this drama, I have personally not heard one time instead them like justify their actions without saying how bad the other side is. The other thing I have heard, which I agree with them, and is the reason why I'm no longer a fan of Destiny or Dan, is because Destiny and Dan both said, yeah, we're doing this unapologetically, we don't care, we're assholes openly. And I'm like, fair, I got it, I understand it, I don't agree with it, I'm not going to support it.
Okay. I think
that's kind of where I'm at right now.
I think a ton of people are in your shoes. So I think a third of Destiny viewers basically just watch him for his political takes and they ignore his personal life.
Yeah.
I think a third of Destiny viewers actually do like the drama, but they're not going to like take his side fully. And then I do think that a third of Destiny viewers are fully bought into whatever narratives are articulated from Steven's perspective. And therefore, no matter how egregious the behavior or how hypocritical or how failing in the concept of logical fallacy it is, they will simply regurgitate the talking points because they are too unintelligent to think critically about the situation. And so as a result,
there's always the sycophants.
well, right. And so as a result, I understand there are people who do not enjoy this content that you and I have created today. I understand that there are people who they just want me to stop talking about it and moving on. But I'm just telling you, and I'm telling my audience right now, that Steven posted a picture of me and my child to Twitter insinuating that I tried to engage in sexual role play with Steven. Well, based off of his action, am I not entitled to go entirely scorched earth against Steven? And I think the obvious answer was that if I was using Steven's logic, the answer would be yes.
If you were using Steven's logic, then yeah, absolutely. Posting your kid there, I haven't seen it, so I can't say. But easily, if he posted your kid there, yeah, tit for tat. Like, it's kind of like...
But no. But here's what I want to say. I'm not going to do tit for tat. Do you remember how at the beginning of this conversation we talked about, like, you know, the singularity and Taoism and dying and morality in spite of religion not making sense and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
I think that even if it's not true, even if this is not true, let's say that I die and all that happens is mindless oblivion. Okay.
I'm sorry. Someone in chat fucking killed me. I've got a logical phallus for you right here.
There you go. Yes.
I love it here.
Caramel cold brew is...
Oh, man. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Caramel cold brew is a interesting person. So sorry, I forget. Oh, okay. I'm going to act as though, regardless of whether or not it's true, for all I know, I die and I fucking go into mindless oblivion. All right. I think there's a 99% chance I die and go into mindless oblivion. I'm still going to act as though my actions are judged by the creator of the universe when I die. And therefore, even though I have reason to go scorched earth, I'm not going to. Because I don't think that is good for me. I don't think it's good for my family. I don't think it's good for Steven. I don't think it's good for the orbiters. I don't think it's good for anybody. So as a result, even under tit for tat or eye for an eye or barbarian retributive violence, I have justification right now. I'm not going to.
Yeah. I have one final question with the Destiny shit, and then I'll let you go. This is kind of my thing, is after all is said and done, once all the evidence is put out in the manifesto that's supposedly coming, would you be able to, like, reconcile with Destiny, or is the bridge totally burned after the Twitter thing?
I have a strong suspicion that it's totally burned on his end, and he's not going to be interested in talking with me ever again. That being said, if we are debating like a specific topic, let's say that there was like a panel show where we're talking about packing the Supreme Court or who should be the president of 2028. For the sake of trying to operate in the space, I would not bring up personal shit during the debate, unless he brought up personal shit. And then same thing with like whether or not we would be friends in the future. I will not be friends with Steven unless he figures his personal shit out. And that includes like not engaging with clearly mentally ill women who will eventually explode his personal life. And truth be told, I do not think he's interested in that.
I would say more or less it's I can understand that. I understand that. I believe what Destiny does is more like hookup culture fuckboy shit. which I can understand not wanting to associate with somebody who does that. But I don't think that makes Destiny a bad person. He's lashing out. He's angry. He's doing horrible shit because he's in a bad state of mind. No matter what the fuck he says, nobody can go through what he's going through and be like mentally stable all the way. But like, I would say he's angry, but probably not a bad guy, just an asshole.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say that 3 people close to Steven told me that he was role-playing being a stepdad to teenage children that he was going to engage in sex acts with, and then he jacked off to that idea. I have children. I can't be around that.
I don't know how true that is. I haven't seen any evidence, and the only evidence I have seen is
from the husband and from the wife?
From the husband saying like, yeah, I've seen that. I haven't. It's in the Discord actually. I think it's in drama. Some I forget
and the wife
their
writing
name.
in an email to Mr. Girl saying exactly what the husband said happened.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
part
I'll tell you
have
from
to.
my personal perspective, there is a like 90 to 95% chance that happened.
You mind sending that in DMs after this? I want to see that.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. All right. I will let you go. Family comes first.
Yep. All right, appreciate you, buddy. Next time we'll just talk about religion.
Love you, Booby Bear.
Love you too. Bye. All right. Well, looks like Christian Galeris is fucking upsetty spaghetti. So let's go ahead and fucking deal with his criticisms. And then I do have to go soon. I think this is the first one. Here we go. Christian Blair says, "Nah, Connor, burn the bridge with Desi because Desi was going to cut him off. Lol, he is switching it up. He talks out of both sides of his mouth." The mere fact that you've been my community member for as long as you have, and you say that, is actually kind of upsetting to me. But I'll go ahead and chronologize it for you since you've been a long-term community member. On Friday, I called out an implicit threat that Steven was making that if I did not ban snarkers, then he would disassociate. And I called him out on that, and I fought him about it. And if I'm remembering the chronology correct, I didn't know about Brit on Friday. I truly thought that Brit and him had ceased communication in November because it was obviously so toxic. Okay? So saying that I burned the bridge on Friday is over banning community members is inaccurate. I was willing to fight Steven, and I knew that the bridge was burned, but I'm pretty sure Friday into Saturday, I said multiple times that the bridge is not burned on my end. I knew that it was probably burned, but it was not burned on my end from Friday to Saturday. I think Brit contacted me either Friday night or Saturday. I could go take a look at the logs, although I do have her blocked at this point. Matter of fact, why don't we do that? What? I think it's blocked on one end. So I should still be able to pull up Brit's DMs and see when I interacted with her. She did change her name to like AE something. Give me a second. Nope. All right, I found it. Let me scroll to the beginning. So, let me take a look at the calendar. She contacted me on Friday. She contacted me after I told Steven to fuck off in reference to me moderating my community. So, Christian Blaris, you're wrong. Just like how Connor was happy to call Destiny an e-rapist who purposely targets mentally ill women, and he was raped as a child while saying he doesn't engage in snarker talking points. Okay. I've heard from several people close to Destiny that he has childhood sexual trauma that he doesn't tell a lot of people because he doesn't want it used against him. And so, while I don't have firsthand knowledge of Steven's childhood sexual trauma, I would put it at a high likelihood that his promiscuous and dysfunctional behavior is the result of social and sexual trauma related to his teenage years. So I stand by that statement. I don't know it. The reason why I walked it back was because when I was tired and getting my shit kicked in by 1,000 fucking F slurs, I basically said, oh yeah, Steven was molested as a kid. And then I immediately walked it back because I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that. I've heard that from secondhand sources. Christian Blair says, might have been better to set a boundary when he was informed about Britt the first time and stopped being his friend. Okay, now you're just saying that I should have just fucking taken it up the ass. Destiny cut that shit off completely because Connor tried to join the WIC panel. Destiny will never join a panel with Connor again. Do you think it's because he is acting out of some kind of offended principle that I burned the bridge over him telling me how to moderate my community on Friday, but I shifted the goalpost to criticizing his sex life on Saturday? Or do you think that my narrative is true? That on Friday, I was annoyed that my friendly associate of 6 years, my online friend of 2 years, who I knew was a fucking deviant behind the scenes, was publicly pressuring me to moderate my community out of having critics of his in my community. And so I was annoyed and I told him to fuck himself on Friday. And then on Saturday, I found out that the same egregious behavior that he had participated in November, which I did go to him privately on, was still happening. And therefore, in a furious fucking rage that he is so fucking stupid and self-destructive that he was willing to risk my reputation, Kyla's reputation, Unfuck America's reputation, any Orbiter's reputation, in order to jack off to the idea of fucking molesting his stepchildren. Do you think I got angry at that? Because I'll tell you, from my personal perspective, that's what I got angry at. And I think it's sane to get angry at that. Who are these people who are close? His ex-girlfriend Leilana is one? Correct. Leilana, his ex-girlfriend, said that she saw Discord DMs between her and Steven showing teenagers in bathing suits at the beach in a zoomed-in picture of their feet. And that it was not Britt the way that Britt is fucking claiming it. So Britt has every motivation to lie. Britt has every motivation to lie. Cotter said he will not ever appear on your platform. I think he's genuinely hurt about losing you as a friend. And I agree that he's getting older and needs to chill. Okay, I'm sorry. I think that Steven should have thought about our friendship before he started texting a mentally ill, suicidal person and jacking off to the idea of molesting her kids. He should have thought of our friendship back then. Who are the three people who are close? The husband, the wife, and Leilana. Connor, you were the chosen one. You were supposed to maintain the balance and Destiny destroyed it. Hey, from my perspective, Destiny and DGG are evil, okay? As a normie, I would like to talk about Britt and get to the bottom of it. Okay, go talk to Britt. She's available. I almost guarantee you Britt is going to deny everything because she doesn't want to visit from CPS or law enforcement. Taking what up the ass, Connor? You are not involved with this at all. You need to moralize to someone who isn't interested in your opinion. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. I hate that our friendship ended this way. I hate that our friendship ended this way. I really do. But if you think like, oh, I'm just that, fuck that. Fuck that. If that's a bridge too far for you, you don't need to be here. I'm telling you straight up. If you think that repeatedly dating, sexting mentally ill women, and then doing age play when you're losing $800,000 and 99% of your friends is okay and I should just tolerate it, you can leave. I don't care if you've been here since day one. I don't care if you're an oiler. I don't care if you're a chipper. Please leave. Okay? Connor, it was criticism, bro. I don't care. If you want to jack off the kids or sweep for jacking off the kids, there's the door. Okay? I don't need that. I don't need it in my community. You can leave. I'm going to make this abundantly fucking clear. If you think that jacking off the kids is something morally neutral, I don't want you in my community. If you think that I should sweep for destiny, I don't want you in my community. Are we clear? And I don't want you to hold on. I do not want you to hold on. If you're like, damn, I really enjoyed the COG 3 weeks ago, but now Connor keeps criticizing Steven for jacking off to kids, and this is a line too far for me. We are no longer friends. Okay? Don't jack off to kids. It's that fucking simple. Okay? And if you need to sweep for it, it's a part of your identity. You want to fantasize about whatever you want without fucking judgment. That's a part of your culture. It's a part of your heritage as a liberal. Then go sweep for jacking off to kids somewhere else. You're not going to do it in the COG. Do you understand? I will say this again. I would rather go back to construction administration than being socially and financially reliant upon people who think that it is normal or okay or good for Steven to engage with Brittany, a clearly mentally ill woman, then to age play with said woman, and for 3 separate people to confirm that he was fucking jacking off to the idea of molesting her kids. If you think that's normal, if you think I should ignore that, if you think I should sweep for that, please leave the Discord, leave the chat. Okay? All right. What's going on? We're drawing firm lines in the community, and people have to make their decisions. Okay. I have other stuff to do. I hope you have a good day. I hope a majority of you are back tomorrow. But if you feel like you need to sweep for that, see you later.